Hey, good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Perfect. All right, sounds good. Well, I don't have a whole lot to say this morning to kick us off, but a great day yesterday. I think we heard a lot of just great dialogue, things that are going on within the ag and food, just innovation area and the investment area. How many was the first time that you heard of SPACs? Right. Yeah, overall, so some different educational opportunities there as well. I know during the breakout session, I was down in the digital and automation session where we split up, but I thought some really good input and there in terms of like business to business opportunities, what's going on around precision agriculture overall. And then just a lot of, I thought a couple of really interesting comments around what do we need innovation around meeting regulatory needs? And how do we use data more efficiently and effectively in that manner? So just some really just interesting concepts and perspectives around how we think about digitization and its benefit and its use to really accelerating some of these ideas, meeting the needs of industry and of government. And right, just I thought some really enlightening conversation there as well. And it was great to recognize New Starch Solutions last night with their work that they're doing around using starches from crops here. How that I think aligns with the increase in protein demand that we're seeing and using the different products in different areas and different needs. So some great things that are happening. Really looking forward to today. I think we've got a nice compliment from yesterday of talking about right, some of the programs we heard yesterday, right, of many of the federal programs that exist. We have Dr. Neal here to really kick off on some of the details around those programs. And then a session after that on non-dilutive capital. Right, how do you accelerate ideas without giving up equity into your entrepreneurial venture? Right, and then we'll go into some breakout sessions as well around sustainable proteins, as well as the next wave of renewable energy overall before we wrap up with some other elements of what's going on in the ecosystem here to support ideas. So really excited for that conversation, and I'm going to turn over to Matt and Aaron for some additional comments.
Thanks, Shannon. And I just like to come back to a theme that we talked about a little bit yesterday, which is students and the next generation. I'm looking around the faces here, and most of us are well past graduate school, and some of us are even past tuitions as well, which is a good thing to get past. But I can't overstate the interest at the academic level in the classroom for business students in this space. And a lot of us obviously come from Minnesota, and we obviously come from an ag background, and we are familiar with that. But as you look out across the country and look at graduate schools across the country in cities like Washington, D.C. or New York City, there is a tremendous appetite for investing education in this space. And there's a lack of opportunity. I've often joked that at Georgetown, if you put the word impact on a closet door, there would be a line of students outside that door in the morning because they are so anxious to find jobs in this space. And their definition of impact, I think it's important to keep this in mind, is that we all have different definitions of what sustainable means and what impact means. But from a student's point of view, whatever the background they bring to campus, whatever the policy roots that they have, they are anxious to apply their education to those policy goals, to that impact. And whether it's food or energy, renewable resources, the outdoor economy, whatever that might be, the appetite and attention for this generation of students cannot be exaggerated enough. So as you go back to your offices, go back to your businesses, keep in mind that there's a ready and willing demand at the student level for the kind of things you're doing in your office day to day.
It's great to participate with AURI and Georgetown. It's great to get Georgetown out here. And I would tell you too, that if you've got ideas for Matt and his students, to be sure to talk to Matt, because he's a guy that gets things done. Really great conversations and comments from the crowd yesterday. It's a little bit smaller crowd today, so it should be easier to ask questions, jump in. We've got a great speaker. We're going to have a good panel. So if you've got questions or if there's anything we can do to help, just let me know. Happy to do that. But thanks for coming. Appreciate it. And look forward to a great day.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Shannon. And let me introduce a speaker that is, I'm so proud we could have come today. Dr. Neal, her biography is in the material known to most of us already, brings a wealth of background to her position at USDA. As the administrator for the Rural Business Cooperative Service, Dr. Neal is on point for so many of the programs that are coming out, new programs as well as existing programs that are coming out of the Department of Agriculture, national in scope, but a very, very local application. I am very, on a personal level, I am very happy not only to welcome Dr. Neal here this morning, but to have her working in the federal government and to have her voice and skills be the resource that we can all look forward to. Dr. Neal.
Thank you so much, Matt, for that very kind introduction. I appreciate it. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be before all of you all today. I had an opportunity yesterday to see some of the sessions toward the end of the day, and the energy and the excitement and the work that you all are doing is really to be commended. I'm thrilled to be here and looking forward to sharing a little bit about what we are doing at the Rural Business Cooperative Service. Programs I hope you'll find interesting, worthy of engagement, and look forward to being in touch with you all about these. So. Rural development, specifically the Rural Business Cooperative Service, has a variety of programs and opportunities to help rural communities thrive. Importantly, for many in this audience, our programs, many of our initiatives and programs function at the intersection of sustainability, innovation, and investment in food and agriculture. So we'll talk about several of those programs today, and I'll share as well how you can stay connected to our work. During my brief time with you, I want to share more about our priorities and some new and emerging opportunities that you might be interested in. Next slide, please. So I expect that, I see my confidence monitor here now, thank you. I expect that many of the priorities of the Agricultural Utilization Research Institute and you all in this room today align well with USDA priorities. So these are things like building rural communities, combating climate change, improving food security, building fair and resilient agricultural markets, and addressing longstanding inequities in USDA programs. I expect many of these will resonate with you and the communities that you care about. If you have a specific mission or set of activities related to one of these areas, we invite your engagement. I'll share more on that in a moment. Next slide, please. So let's explore a little bit about how the Rural Development Mission Area, and in particular, the Rural Business Cooperative Service, is implementing these priorities. First, we are very pleased about USDA's new Equity Commission. This 15-member commission is part of the acknowledgement that USDA has, quote, not done enough to provide all farmers and ranchers an equal chance of success and prosperity. We are committed to changing that and actively working to build a USDA that ensures that none of our customers are ignored or left behind. The first meeting of this Equity Commission was held less than a month ago on February 28th. And the recording of that meeting is available on the website, usda.gov/equity-commission. All of the meetings are open to the public, and those who are interested in attending can visit the website to learn when the next meetings will happen and register to participate. The Equity Commission is supported by the American Rescue Plan Act. And in addition to the 15-member Equity Commission, there is an overlapping subcommittee on agriculture and one to come on rural development. The work of the Equity Commission will empower USDA to objectively confront the hard reality of past discrimination and its lingering harm, helping USDA and our country to build back better. Next slide, please. In August of 2021, the Rural Development Mission Area, where RBCS, Rural Business Cooperative Service, sits, announced the ways in which we are implementing the priorities of the Biden-Harris administration and the Department of Agriculture. We are particularly interested in and excited by projects that will support key administration priorities to help rural America build back better and stronger. Specifically, we're interested in assisting rural communities with recovering economically from the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly disadvantaged communities. We want to reduce climate pollution and increase resilience to the impacts of climate change through economic support of rural communities. And we want to ensure that all rural residents have equitable access to rural development programs and benefit from rural development funded projects. These priorities are used for scoring and selection for a growing number of our programs. So our commitments are evident throughout our work. There are many opportunities for rural stakeholders to address issues of equity, climate, and economic recovery. And again, these priorities may align with the kinds of things that you care about, your goals and your priorities. That's why, again, I'm excited to be here with you all today to share a bit about how your organizations can engage and benefit our mutual stakeholders. I encourage you to visit our website, rd.usda.gov/priority-points, to see the maps and the public data supporting the use of these priorities in project selection, and to learn how these priorities apply or will apply to the financing programs that you might be interested in. Next slide, please. So let's dig in a bit to some of the existing and emerging work of the Rural Business Cooperative Service. Given the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent supply chain disruptions, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced plans to invest $4 billion to strengthen critical supply chains through the Build Back Better initiative. The pandemic highlighted the need to increase capacity of the U.S. food supply chain and make it more resilient, diverse, and secure. This new multi-billion-dollar effort will strengthen the food system, create new market opportunities, tackle the climate crisis, help communities that have been left behind, and support good-paying jobs throughout the supply chain. Again, this funding is primarily through the American Rescue Plan Act. Next slide. In response to this, in December, we announced the new Food Supply Chain Guaranteed Loan Program to create more and better opportunities, promote competition, and strengthen America's food supply chain. Through the new Food Supply Chain Guaranteed Loan Program, USDA is leveraging $100 million in funding from the American Rescue Plan Act to provide more than $1.3 billion in guaranteed loans to finance working capital, facilities, equipment, and other investments. The program guarantees loans of up to $40 million, no minimum, for qualified lenders to finance food systems projects, specifically for the startup or expansion of activities in the middle of the food supply chain, including activities such as aggregation, processing, manufacturing, storage, transportation, wholesale, or distribution of food. It's important for me to point out that there is actually no geographic restriction on this money. Even though this is the Rural Business Cooperative Service, this program in particular, no geographic restrictions. So this can be used anywhere in the country. It's also important to note that a variety of lenders can participate in our guarantee program. So sometimes folks hear that and they think, okay, it's my bank. It certainly can be your bank. Banks are eligible to participate. It's a fairly straightforward process for them to engage. It's also a very straightforward process for credit unions to engage. As regulated institutions, it's really a letter that they write that then goes to our organizations for them to become an active lender in our guarantee programs. It also includes loan funds. So if it's a CDFI loan fund, other kind of public lender that is not a bank or a credit union, not a depository lender, they can also participate in this program as well. There is a link that'll show up on a separate slide that has a link to a video talking about how those loan funds in particular can participate in this program. Again, we welcome and we very much encourage participation from a variety of lenders. We recognize that not everyone has, a Compeer, I'll use them because they're one of the sponsors, in their backyard, or other organizations that might be really excited about doing this work across the country. And we want to make sure that a variety of lenders are available to help promote access to these kinds of funds and access to capital more broadly. Also, we'll note that lenders that participate in one of our guarantee programs are actually eligible to participate in all of them. So I'll mention some of the other ones a little bit later, but there are programs in water and waste and community facilities and other programs at our other sister agencies, again, that participating in this Food Supply Chain Guaranteed Loan Program provide access to those as well. One other thing before I move from this slide, I noted that this program is focused on the middle of the food supply chain. In addition, until June 7th of this year, 19% of the funds, over $250 million, are reserved for meat and poultry processing. So that means that money is reserved until June 7th. We welcome meat and poultry processing applications at any time until funds are expended, but there is that reserve until June 7th. This was done in anticipation of the administration's action plan on building a fairer, more competitive, and more resilient meat and poultry supply chain. Next slide, please. You can learn more about this action plan at usda.gov/meat. And if you have any interest in this area at all, this is the website to go to. Whenever I end up talking about that, I say usda.gov/meat probably 10 times in the conversation. People get a little tired of hearing it, but I think they remember it at the end. And that's the goal. This website talks about the action plan, has the action plan listed there, so it gives the rationale for this work, talks about a variety of financing programs, those that have already been opened and had awards made, those that are open and accepting applications now, those that are coming that have not yet been announced. In each of those cases, there's an opportunity to sign up for additional information so you can be one of the first to know when new programs come about. There's also information on the policy work that is happening, rules and regulations around meat and poultry processing. So again, you'll see if you visit that site, you'll see grants, loans, technical assistance work, workforce development, innovation support, and again, of course, rules and enforcement work. That website is updated regularly. And so again, encourage you to check back often. Really encourage you, again, if you're interested in this space, know folks who are, to sign up for the updates so that when new information is released, new programs are made available, you're the first ones to know about that. So let's talk about some of those programs. Next slide, please. Or at least one of them at this point. On February 24th, exactly a month ago, we announced just one of these new opportunities. The new Meat and Poultry Processing Expansion Program uses $150 million in funding from the American Rescue Plan Act to help provide more and better processing options for producers as soon as possible. We're offering grants of up to $25 million to expand processing facilities and processing capacity, through a variety of activities. I wanted to, I misspoke there and said processing facilities. I want to be really clear because this question has come up. This is about expanding capacity. So if you're building a new plant, that means you started at zero and you're expanding to something, that's expansion. So this is both for expanding existing facilities and also for startup and new facilities as well. These grants are available to individuals and entities engaged in a variety of processing, meat and poultry processing activities, as long as they don't hold one of the four largest market shares in either beef, pork, chicken, or turkey. USDA, and I should say as well, I said that they're available to individuals and entities. There are really no restrictions on the types of entities other than they can't be in the top four. There are really no restrictions on the type of entities that apply. So it can be individuals, it can be cooperatives, it can be, an LLC, it could be a public entity, it could be a variety. There's no restrictions at all on that. And that was really intentional. Again, the goal here is to increase the capacity. And we know that there are a large variety of entities that are involved in doing that, have that similar goal, and we want to be in a position to help support them in as much as it aligns with the priorities of this particular program. We encourage applications that benefit smaller farms and ranches, those just starting out, as well as tribal producers, socially disadvantaged producers, military veterans, and underserved communities. This is one of many actions that USDA is taking to increase and enhance local and regional food systems and support economic systems where wealth is created and retained in rural areas. Applications for this program are due on April 11th, and more information is available at rd.usda.gov/MPPEP for Meat and Poultry Processing Expansion Program. Again, this is one of many of the opportunities being developed. One of the things we've heard is folks have had questions about, well, what if this program doesn't look like it's the best fit for me? Should I try? How can I do this? How can I make this work? If it works for you, fantastic. But again, go to usda.gov/meat. You'll see a lot of opportunities there. And our expectation, we recognize that no single program is going to cover all of the needs in the meat and poultry processing sector. And that's why we're developing a number of those programs to help meet all of the needs that are out there in this area. So again, encourage you to visit that website, figure out what might be a good fit, sign up for updates so that you know what's available. And if you have questions, particularly about the meat and poultry processing expansion program, again, visit that website. Ask us questions, we're ready to help, and look forward to receiving applications. So that's one of the new programs. I think it's also important to mention there are opportunities in our existing programs as well. And so next slide, please. The Healthy Food and Financing Initiative provides grants, loans, technical assistance services, and other programming to improve access to healthy food and expand economic opportunity in underserved areas. This program is administered for rural development by the Reinvestment Fund, a community development financial institution that is deeply engaged and involved in the food sector. And so I particularly want to highlight this website because it is linked on our webpage, but it's not a .gov website. So you might not think it's necessarily our funds that are supporting it, but www.investinginfood.org is the site for the Healthy Food Financing Initiative. And again, that's administered by the Reinvestment Fund, which is funded by Rural Business Cooperative Service. Next slide, please. So turning to another of our longstanding programs, the Value Added Producers Grant. In conversation yesterday, there were a number of conversations where I had in the back of my mind, I wonder if that could be a fit for the Value Added Producers Grant, because it seems like a lot of the kinds of things are oftentimes value-added products that it seems like some of you all may be working on. This program helps agricultural producers in particular enter into value-added activities related to the processing and marketing of new products. The goals of this program are to generate those new products, create and expand market opportunities, and increase producer income. This is truly one of our most popular programs. And although it is frequently used for food products like jam or jerky or other kinds of things, it is also more broadly used for non-food value-added products, things like wool or leather or those kinds of things. So it's widely applicable, again, specific to producers. And again, welcome your engagement and your participation on that program as well. Next slide, please. So recognizing, again, rural business cooperative service, we have not in the past had a huge, deep dive into food. We're doing more of that, of course, now with the investment in the food supply chain, and particularly meat and poultry processing. But a number of our programs support activities in this sector. We don't do a lot in production itself, as I said, even with the value-added producers program that I just spoke about. It's for producers, but we can't actually do the work of production. We do the work just after production with the value-added product. But we also do, again, other work to support that. The REAP program, the Rural Energy for America program, or REAP, is one of those places where this is the case as well. This is a place where we have a focus on renewable energy and fuels, and REAP is a key program in that it provides both grants and loans. So if we start with REAP grants assist rural small businesses and agricultural producers by conducting and promoting energy audits, renewable energy development assistance, and providing support for renewable energy systems and energy efficiency improvements. For the renewable energy systems grants, you can see the maximum grant there is $500,000. For energy efficiency improvements, maximum grant there is $250,000. So these are not insignificant pieces. And again, we want to make sure that people know about these opportunities and find them useful. I see folks taking notes. I appreciate that. Feel free to visit our website. All the information that I have here is available there. And so you'll have access to that when you need it as well. Next slide, please. You can see here the REAP uses for the renewable energy development assistance can be used obviously for energy audits. That's sort of self-explanatory, but also for renewable energy technical assistance and site assessments. Next slide, please. There are also a variety of uses focused on renewable energy systems. So biomass, wind, solar, and more. You can see a full long list of that. So there's really a lot of opportunities. You can imagine some of these get used more frequently than others, but we welcome applications that might use any variety of these technologies. Similarly, the eligible energy efficiency uses include, again, a variety of options: insulation, equipment, lighting, HVAC, more. So again, a lot of opportunities there. And this kind of program may be a good fit to provide the kind of assistance that, again, while it's not necessarily directly the production itself, is supportive of those production activities. Next slide, please. So I mentioned grants through the Rural Energy for America program. They're also a guaranteed loan program. I mentioned guaranteed loans earlier. This is another place where this comes into play. So the last set of uses that I mentioned is also eligible for our REAP guaranteed loan program. This eligible loans of up to $25 million can receive an 80% guarantee. We see these funds used for a variety of projects, from solar farms to dairy farms, just a variety of different things where folks are using this program to support the kinds of initiatives that you saw on the previous slide. Again, we really want lenders involved, a variety of lenders involved in REAP and in our other guarantee programs. So again, I'll highlight the link here. This is the link I mentioned earlier, where it talks about training for non-regulated lenders. Want to highlight that. That is a place where again, loan funds or other public lenders that are not depository institutions can learn more about this program in particular and how they can participate. We want those entities to be engaged in this work. We're particularly interested, I'll say, in what I like to call sort of mission-driven lenders. So lenders that might be a community development financial institution, a bank, CDFI loan fund, CDFI bank, CDFI credit union, minority depository institutions, lenders that whose values and goals align with the kinds of things we talked about when I opened up this presentation. Again, we're glad to have all of our participating lenders. We want them engaged as well, but we want to really open that up to a wide variety to make sure that everyone has access to the programs and the benefits of rural development activities. Any lender who is interested in this program, whether you're a bank, a credit union, a loan fund, another entity, should go to rd.usda.gov/1RD guarantee. That's the platform through which our guaranteed loan programs are offered. Next slide, please. So I mentioned, we talked about some of the programs that are sort of specifically designed or specifically compatible with food, or in the case of REAP with renewable energy in ways that might be important for producers. But they're also general programs, right? So just because it doesn't have food in the name or meat in the name or something like that doesn't mean that the program can't be used for that purpose. So I want to highlight quickly the Business and Industry Guaranteed Loan Program. Again, this is a very important program. We did almost a very popular one. We did over $2 billion worth of loans, guaranteed over $2 billion worth of loans last year under this. This program is one of our many guarantee programs. Again, it provides guarantees to rural small businesses. The guarantees are on loans of up to $25 million, up to an 80% guarantee. And we see it frequently used for post-production agricultural activities. I've shared a PDF of the slides, and if folks are, if they're with the organizers here, so if folks want to have interest, they can certainly get them and you can have access to these slides too. And again, information is available on the website as well. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned these big loans, $25 million for REAP, up to $25 million for business and industry, up to $40 million guaranteed loans for the food supply chain guarantee. What if your need isn't quite that substantial? You want debt capital, but you don't need quite those numbers of dollars. Although, of course, I should say there are no minimums on those as well. But in some cases, a guarantee might not be the best fit. Part of what we do is work with intermediary lenders, particularly nonprofit intermediary lenders, through an IRP program. This is the Intermediary Relending Program that provides these lenders with loans, long-term, 30-year, low interest, 1% interest loans that they then can lend out in support of small businesses in alignment with the priorities there. These loans to the lender are up to $2 million. So it's a significant source of capital that they can use again and revolve over and over. They loan the money out. As it gets paid back, they loan it out again, because this is a long-term loan. And again, the goals here are to improve economic conditions and create jobs in rural communities. The loans to the businesses, so once that intermediary, that loan fund, because these are our public lender, these are nonprofit lenders that are eligible for this program, they can make loans to the businesses of up to $250,000. Again, this is a place where I emphasize so many of our programs are really dependent on engaged financial partners. And again, we're particularly interested in those financial partners that are aligned with the kinds of priorities that I shared with you at the beginning. And so again, welcome inquiries and questions and engagement around these particular programs with the idea of getting access, providing additional access to capital and making sure that folks have access to the kinds of programs that we have available. Next slide, please. I want to conclude with talking about our bio-preferred program. So I was in studying the website and learning more and talking with the organizers in preparation for this talk, figured that this would be a place that was of particular interest. And then yesterday, as in hearing some of the conversations yesterday, was glad that these slides are included. So our bio-based market program is one that we have had. It's been around since 2002. When it was created by the Farm Bill, it was reauthorized and expanded by the 2018 Farm Bill, and that prompted the move to the Rural Business Cooperative Service in late 2019. So it's fairly new to our agency, and we really see a real opportunity here to move this program forward. The program's purpose is to spur economic development, create new jobs, provide new markets for farm commodities. The increased development, purchase, and use of bio-based products reduces our nation's reliance on petroleum, increases the use of renewable agricultural resources, and contributes to reducing adverse environmental and health impacts. There are two main elements of the program: a voluntary labeling program and a federal procurement program. Next slide, please. Through the voluntary labeling program initiative, companies apply for certification to display the USDA certified bio-based product label on a product that states that it's third-party tested and has verified bio-based content. You can see the label there, and as I'm learning more about that, I'm going in stores and seeing that on the products, and that's an exciting thing to do. Part of what we are doing is working to make sure that the USDA certified bio-based product label is as recognized, as popular, and as useful as, for example, the Energy Smart label that many of you may be familiar with, or the USDA certified organic label that many of you, again, may be familiar with. This is because the bioeconomy is providing not only a real opportunity for product and market innovation, but it's also providing new uses for agricultural products. In addition, because the bio-based forestry materials and the bioeconomy provides a more sustainable alternative to conventional petroleum-derived products and provides then an opportunity to reduce our climate impact. So again, we encourage you to look for the label when you're shopping because there are more than 16,000 bio-based products that include everything from soap to shoes to pest control to paint maneuver, and much, much more. It was Agricultural Day was on March 22nd on the National Mall, and there were a number of producers and companies that were displaying their bio-based content. And I got to see shoes and tires and all kinds of stuff that is certified bio-based, includes bio-based materials. So the website there is biopreferred.gov. And again, you can find there a list of a variety of products, those kinds of things that are there and available for you, and a lot of information about the program as well. The second aspect of the program is federal procurement, because the voluntary label is a tool. Federal contractors are required to report their use of bio-based products. There's a site on sam.gov, System for Award Management, the system for procurement or for award management, the federal government. And one of the first things you see when you log on there is, where do I report my bio-based product usage? So contractors are required to report that. Federal law and the federal acquisition regulation direct that all federal agencies purchase bio-based products in categories identified by USDA. To date, the 16,600 was the last count I saw, products that are eligible for federal procurement. Those fall into 139 categories of products for which agencies and contractors have mandatory purchasing requirements. Again, we are working within our existing current authorities to not only increase federal purchasing, but also to increase federal reporting across the government. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the Rural Development Mission Area is comprised of 3 agencies, next slide, please, all of which play a key role in helping rural communities prosper. The Rural Utility Service focuses on broadband, electricity, water, and waste. The Rural Housing Service offers programs focused on multifamily housing, single-family housing, farm labor housing, and community facilities. And today I've had the pleasure of being able to share with you several programs and initiatives of the Rural Business Cooperative Service. With more than 24 programs at RBCS and more at rural utilities and rural housing, we have barely scratched the surface today. The Rural Development State Offices and Area Office, I saw my colleagues here today, and I'm looking around to see if I see, oh, there you are, yep, thank you. So our Rural Development, we have our State Director over here, Colleen, who is our State Director here in Minnesota. Very pleased to have them on board. There are 13 offices in Minnesota alone. We encourage you to visit them, engage them. They are truly the front door to rural business cooperative service, to rural development more broadly. So really pleased to have them here. Appreciate them. Please come by and say hi to them because they're your contacts after I leave. I'm looking forward to coming back, but after I leave, they'll be your contacts, your first contact. So on the next slide, I just again want to thank you all for your time. Thank you for your attention. Looking very much forward to your engagement on these programs. And again, welcome your questions. Look forward to talking more during the panel to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. She is going to sit in on the next or our first panel of the day. So if you have a question, save it for the panel, and that'll allow us to just kind of keep moving right along. Boy, a lot of opportunities. Was it USDA.gov/meet? Is that the one we need to remember? Okay. And Aaron, just so you know, Jeopardy did not call last night, so doesn't look like that second career is going to happen. I did forget when I was up here earlier to talk about our sponsors. Collaboration, partnerships, and for events like this, sponsorships are vital for AURI. And if you would just keep your program and look at the back page and see the wonderful sponsors that have helped made our New Uses Forum possible. Thanks so much for their participation in that way. Well, our first, yes, you bet. Our first panel discussion is going to be focusing on alternative capital sources for entrepreneurs and agribusinesses. And bringing that conversation to the podium and to the forum today, again, Aaron Knewtson, who is Vice President for Food and Agriculture at Compeer Financial. So Aaron, it's yours, and your panel can come to the stage.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, come on up. Take a seat. So just a little bit of context here. I had some great conversations yesterday, a really interesting conversation. A lot of times as lenders, we'll get phone calls from people that say, hey, I've got an idea, I've got a product. I don't yet have a business, but I need some money. So can you guys give me a loan or provide some capital for me? And we have to walk them through where they're at, try to understand what they're doing and say, you know, really not ready for what we provide, which is called or referred to as current paid capital, principal and interest. So if they're in that space and, you know, now we have places to refer them to like Innova or Bread and Butter Ventures or Open Prairie, but there's other opportunities and we've got a unique set of capital providers here that we're going to get into and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. But yesterday I had a conversation with a gentleman who said, I've got an idea. It's a startup business. It's a new product. He's had about $3 million of investment that has come from government organizations and those types of organizations. And now he's ready to move on to that more of that venture capital stage, some ownership, really trying to help grow that business out from idea, proof of concept into the business stage. So I'm going to let our group of panelists introduce themselves. And I want to start with Jeff Oakes first. And some of these folks have slides just to kind of present, you know, give it a little bit of background on who they are. Jeff? I think you're going to ask me to do that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Oakes. I'm the CEO of Venn Foundation. Venn Foundation's sole mission is to mainstream a really powerful but underutilized tool in philanthropy called program-related investments, or PRIs for shorts. This is a graphic representation of PRIs. It literally lives at the intersection of our two traditional sectors of capital, charity and investing. It is charitable in the sense that program-related investments have to advance an IRS charitable purpose in the same way that a grant or donation does. But importantly, they're not a grant or donation, they are investments. And also importantly, they are a below market rate or a concessionary investment, meaning that a for-profit motivated investor would not do the same investment on the same terms, but for that charitable purpose. So program-related investments have been around for 50 years. They are not a new tool in philanthropy, but they are new to many people. Many sort of established, well-known foundations use them. So Ford, MacArthur, Gates, Heron. Locally, we have Otto Bremer and McKnight who use them a lot. So they're a very well-known mainstream thing from a sort of sophisticated foundation perspective, but most philanthropists do not know about them and do not use them. Venn's foundation's mission is to take this tool and mainstream it, to democratize it. The way that we do that is through field building work, as well as through what's called a syndication model, or you might also refer to it as a crowdfunding model. So we are a public charity, public foundation, just like any other donor advised fund sponsor is out there. And we offer these special accounts called donor advised funds that any donor, whether you're an individual, a business, a foundation, or a public charity yourself, you have the ability to deploy capital into these program-related investments and to syndicate it among a broad array of different philanthropists together. Venn Foundation legally is the investor for these program-related investments. We take a term sheet, we go raise capital with the recipients on it, a lot like a sort of Kickstarter dynamic where you're trying to, you know, basically build energy and build excitement. But Venn Foundation makes the investment, we handle the paperwork, and what happens is as the money hopefully comes back in whatever form that it's been structured, it goes back to those donor advised funds pro rata based on the amount that each of those individual partners had put in through that account. When the cash comes back to that donor advised fund, the donor then gets to redeploy that for another charitable purpose, whether it's a new PRI or whether it's a grant to a C3. Venn Foundation does not, you know, keep that money locked up. It really is there to deploy again for the donor to put back out into the world. So this is the core of what Venn Foundation does. I'll just share one or two quick examples of how this is relevant to the topic of today's conversation. I know that Sue Marshall was here from Net Zero yesterday. We actually made a program-related investment into her company a couple of years ago. It was in the form of a low-interest 3% 3-year convertible note, and that was 11 donor accounts that participated came together and put $56,000 onto that particular tool. They basically are doing as a company upcycling and have started with sort of brewer spent grain recovery. We also have done this in broader rural context, not just within the context of agriculture. Our largest PRI to date is actually in rural Maine, where we helped a community to reopen and relaunch ski resort, actually. It's called the Saddleback Ski Resort in Rangeley, Maine. We syndicated 2 different program-related investments among 7 different donors, including private foundations and individuals, into $4.2 million into those 2 loans. So it's a pretty significant project that we've done. I'm going to stop there. I just wanted to give you a little taste of what we've done in the areas of agriculture and rural development. Program-related investments are a term that I'd really like to make sure that everyone leaves today understanding and the application to the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. That's some really interesting stuff. We'll get into more detail a little bit. I'm going to introduce Tim Penny now and give him a chance to talk a little bit about his organization and what they do.
Thank you, Aaron. Tim Penny, I'm the president of the Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation. Years and years ago, I was a Minnesota legislator from Southern Minnesota. Had the opportunity to create the beginning farmer legislation, as well as what we then called gasohol legislation to advance the ethanol industry in our state and to help establish Farm America, which is down by Waseca, Minnesota, my home turf. I served in Congress for a dozen years. Your current rural development administrator, Colleen Landcamer, was on my payroll for a while before she went on to bigger and better things. And while there, worked quite a bit on 2 farm bills and also on farm restructuring legislation during what was referred to as the farm crisis. And it's the Minnesota model that ultimately was enacted by Congress to help save family farmers. Unfortunately, we lost too many by the time we got there, but that restructuring legislation was critical. And I wrote the the USDA program that was focused on beginning farmers as part of that bill. I also authored legislation to create funding through the USDA for applied agricultural research. And so here we are at AURI today, carrying that work on here locally. The Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation serves a 20-county region in south central southeastern Minnesota. It came into existence in the middle of that farm crisis 35 years ago. And our motto is collaborating for regional vitality. And when we talk about collaboration, organizations like AURI are critical to that collaborative partnership. Compeer, financial and other lending institutions we partner with regularly, U of M Extension, CEDA, which is a regional economic development agency, other EDAs. I see the Development Corp of Austin is here today. Chambers, Red Wing Ignite, Neal Mogard helped create that organization. Obviously USDA Rural Development, regional campuses, and Green Seam, which is also present here today, are among those that we partner with and collaborate with. Next slide up is just a photo of one of our loan clients. We do about $2.1 million of investments in economic development in our 20-county region each year. This one is Busy Baby out of Orinoco, Minnesota. She created a mat that's able to be placed on any surface with tethers that attach all sorts of things that kids play with or eat with, so that when they throw them to the floor, they don't go to the floor and they can retrieve their own thing. She was on Shark Tank, so it's one of our loan successes. She turned down the offer on Shark Tank and decided to just continue building her business on her own, and it is growing rapidly. One of our other big success stories was Angie's Kettle Corn, which is now Boom Chicka Pop. So those are among the investments we have made over time. The next slide up just gives you a listing bullet point of all the financial and other economic development resources that we bring to our 20-county region. We have a small enterprise loan program. Some of those are dedicated to early childhood needs in our region. Others are dedicated to the local food sector in our region. We call that our Grow a Farmer Microloan Program. We can go up to $200,000 in partnership with banks or EDAs on gap funding for important business advancement in our region. We have a seed fund. And we've used that seed fund to help create new products like a floor dry based on corn stover. And the seed fund that we provided allowed them to go to AURI and get the research necessary to bring that product to market. We have an equity fund. I think we've done 17 equity investments right now. We do that in partnership with Southeastern Minnesota Equity, Gopher Angels, Golden Triangle, equity groups in Red Wing and Austin and other communities, because collectively that can get enough money in equity to get businesses started and keep them growing in our part of the state. We do a lot of business trainings. That culminates in an annual business training conference called the Entrepreneur Bridge. And we have peer groups for local foods, for women entrepreneurs, and also for participants in our Prosperity Initiative, which is a business training and mentoring program that we created some years ago for minority entrepreneurs in our region. So there's more to it. We have the Service Corps of Retired Executives working out of our office as another resource for businesses that are trying to grow in our region. And so that gives you a sense of who we are and what we do. And the next slide up is how to get a hold of us if you need to.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. As Tim mentioned, we're very fortunate to have Neal here. She's got a long history working with startups and entrepreneurs in Minnesota. So we'll turn it over to Neal.
I think I'm a little short for this. I can't see. Good morning. Great to be with all of you. We know Minnesota has always been a great place to start and grow businesses. And just under 3 years ago, the governor, Commissioner Grove, and our legislators realized that we needed to hone in even more and allocate even more dollars for this effort. So we know data shows that cities and states, countries that focus on innovation and new technologies are quickly outpacing those economies that don't. So Launch Minnesota was developed. We empower and elevate Minnesota's innovation ecosystem. We wanted Minnesota to be the best place to start and scale new ventures. And as you see by this slide, this is really the foundation of our work as we're growing that ecosystem. So our startups and our innovators are at the core. Our entrepreneurs, that's the focus of it, of our work and everything we do. But we need all of these other sectors and people at the table to help drive the change. So it's a very holistic approach. Our work is done in 3 key areas: access to capital, cultivating a collaborative culture, and providing entrepreneurial talent and expertise. I'm going to take a deeper dive in each of these. So we want to put capital in the hands of startups. And to date, in just under 3 years, we've allocated $4.8 million to 150 unique companies. We are thrilled that we were able to get those dollars into those businesses, and we've seen some great results. I'm proud to report that about 11% of these grants have gone to food and ag startups. It needs to be higher, I know. Okay, it's a base. We're going to get better, but that is that allocation. About 20% now have gone to startups and founders in Greater Minnesota. And we also have an angel tax credit through the state. And about 20% of those tax credits have gone to food and ag. And that would be the bare minimum, you know, as you take a deeper dive in each of the individual startups. And then we work really hard to break down silos and create better pathways to our investor community for our startups and really try to level that playing field. Exciting news. I don't know if anyone saw the press release yesterday, but this is our Launch Minnesota network. So one way, we have such tremendous resources across Minnesota. The organizations, the people, everyone is so giving of their time and talent. Look at everyone on this panel. But what we do feel is it could still be more coordinated and connected. And we know that network effect drives the rate and success of businesses. And so what we did is created a hub and spoke model across Minnesota. So now every region, corner to corner, there's about 90 different organizations that are working to start and scale startups. They meet on a regular cadence. We meet as a state on a regular cadence. Yesterday's press release, thrilled to have AURI and MBOLD now as statewide partners, really focusing on that industry sector of food and ag, which we had not had before, in addition to the University of Minnesota's another statewide partner. But as you see on this map, in just under 3 years, these regions have now come together. They've branded themselves to create a pathway for entrepreneurs. So no matter where you are, if you're in Moore Road, Minnesota, you know you're part of the Now Innovators Network, and anyone in that region can help you find the resources, the people that you need locally, regionally, or statewide. And it looks like some of my slides are cut off at the top. But anyway, this is expanding entrepreneurial expertise. We don't do anything alone. It's always through our partners. And we want to make sure that our startups have the know-how to start their business and be on the right path. So we've partnered with grantees to provide lean startup education. We've formed partnerships with the University of Minnesota, and there's numerous programs and education that was only available to their faculty and student in the past that are now available to entrepreneurs across the state. So we're really proud of that partnership. We also created the Minnesota Exchange with one of our local innovation grantees, Kinetic. All of you are welcome to join. The special code's 1858, but we're trying to connect the expertise across the state to get to the right people at the right time. And in just these few years, really proud of the progress, not by just Launch Minnesota, but our work is done by others across the state. And when we survey our startups, 100% have said that their businesses have been propelled forward. So your taxpayer dollars are going to good use. I'm also proud to report those that are in PitchBook. We've been able to calculate they've gone on to raise 35 million. We've invested 4.8 million. And so it's a $9 return on investment for every dollar. And then the amount of hiring that would be on the low end, and just this connectivity across the state to make sure that the entrepreneurs are at the center and that we're working together to help accelerate them. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. A lot going on there. A lot to dig into and explore there. I think that sounds great. I'm going to move on to Andrea Yona with the Bird Foundation. This is a really unique organization as well. It's partnership across international borders. So, Andrea.
Thank you so much. And thanks to Shannon for inviting me all the way from New Jersey, and Steve Rydell from the state of Minnesota, who introduced us a while ago. Oh, I can't even see my slides. I have to stand on my tiptoes. Just curious, raise of hands. How many of you have ever been to Israel? Oh, I see a couple of people. And how many of you have interacted or worked with any Israeli companies or Israeli researchers? Lots of hands. So as I'm sure most of you know, Israel is a source of great innovation, especially in areas and traditionally and historically in areas relating to agriculture and all kinds of water scarcity. A little fact to start with. If anyone can guess, or at least think in their minds of the percentage of water, Israel being a country that has really no natural water resources to speak of, what percentage of water has been, of wastewater has been reused? So just think in your minds. So the answer to that is 90%. Which is really a crazy number. And second to that, I'm going to let everyone think of their minds again, which country is second and in what percentage? Anyone knows that? So it's actually Spain with only about 20%. So that to that extent, you see Israel as a country with no natural resources, very few, very little water, which no longer has a water problem. And of course, they've been able to expand that to other areas. So what do I do? And what does Bird do? So Bird, as I always like to say, has nothing to do with birds and is not technically a foundation. But it's an acronym by National Industrial. Oh, second. There we go. By National Industrial Research and Development. It's technically a federally funded R&D program between the two governments, started back in 1977, which supports the joint innovation innovation of innovative technology, and funds partnerships up to $1 million, or in some cases $1.5 million. It's a risk sharing mechanism, so they're putting up to 50%, maximum $1 million or $1.5 million, in these joint partnerships between US and Israeli companies. Sometimes a company, in some cases, a company and research organization or university can partner. It's a recoverable grant. If the project is a success and there's revenue, there are royalty payments due back to the fund. It's non-dilutive, it's capped, we take no equity. It goes back to fund other projects. Just a couple examples. There we go. Did not pick this one because the US company has the name Bird, but we have AgroScout and BirdStop, which are two companies. BirdStop is located in California. AgroScout is a company in Israel. They've developed this autonomous agronomic intelligence platform that's able to gather data, able to identify and monitor what's going on in the fields, and able to perform different agronomic tasks, including dealing with pest control. This is the group that recently got together to pilot. Now that people can fly again, they were able to meet at one of their pilot sites in the US. Just a couple quickly, a project in vertical agriculture using LED lighting between a company called Jugano, a company in New Jersey that has their vertical farm in Newark, New Jersey, inner city, where they grow leafy vegetables, and another ag project dealing with crop stress that detects and prevents different types of disease. And one final one, but I can speak about them later on in this. This one is petunias. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
We just heard from Dr. Neal. We'll give her a few more minutes to.
Yeah, so y'all just heard from me. You saw my slides, but I wanted to just sort of summarize offer two other things. So many at USDA are familiar with some of the direct loan programs that are available at USDA. The programs that I mentioned at a Rural Business Cooperative Service are not direct loan programs. They're guaranteed loan programs. You heard me talk about an intermediary relending program. And I highlight that because we really see our role in that regard as a connector, facilitating engagement, facilitating access to capital from a lender to a business. You know, perhaps it's a nonprofit lender that needs capital so that they can make that loan. We want to provide that through an intermediary relending kind of program. Perhaps it's an entity that wants to lend, but maybe is nervous to take on a certain amount of risk. And so that guarantee can lower that risk, allow them to take on potentially more loans in a particular sector because of an 80% guarantee or a 90% guarantee that allows that. So again, see that role as really facilitating those connections. The other example I'll give is, when we think about particularly larger projects, where it requires a number of different types of investment in the capital stack. Everything may not be able to have been done through a loan or through through debt capital. And so in those kinds of situations, like for example, with the meat and poultry processing expansion program that I mentioned, we're positioned ourselves to be able to provide grant funds that of course we're not taking ownership interest in the company or anything, but provide those grant funds that then allow that capital stack ideally to be completed and that project to go forward. So again, I know I've talked a lot already, but I just wanted to mention those two things as sort of frameworks for how we think about a lot of the work that we do, particularly for the context of this conversation. So I'll sit down now, we'll have a longer conversation.
Great, thank you so much. One of the things we do at Compeer is partner with a lot of other groups and people and just generally do things out in rural areas. And we consider, as a private organization, we like to partner with public companies, and I see Colleen Landcamer is here. One of the things that I did at Compeer was work with the USDA in constructing and developing a new or expansion of a nursing home in Bird Island, Minnesota. So that's one of the examples where Compeer has worked with the USDA to public-private partnership to generate economic development in rural areas. So I want to ask our panelists to discuss a little bit about how they might partner with other private or public entities. I'm going to start with Jeff down there. Can you speak a little bit towards how you guys might partner and work with what your organization does in public-private partnerships?
Yeah, so program-related investments, by technicality, are a philanthropic tool. So they live within the charitable sector. Now, that said, there are a lot of different types of entities that can act charitably and that don't typically have the ability to make program-related investments directly. So one of the things that Venn Foundation does in our model, which I shared earlier, is we allow for syndication of program-related investments among any type of actor. So basically anyone can access and use this tool, whereas directly maybe they would struggle with doing that before. And also importantly, use it together. So they can combine resources from 5 or 6 different entities or more and put it into really concessionary catalytic capital that is tax advantage from a charitable tax perspective. So we inherently, through the syndication model, are able to work with lots of different types of partners together and put them into the same transaction in a very efficient way using these donor advised funds. And I think a great example of that is the one that I shared briefly in rural Maine. We had a situation there in Rangeley, Maine. They had it's called Saddleback Mountain. It closed 5 years ago because of some challenges from their capitalization. They went out of business. And for 5 years, the community tried to put a new ownership structure together. They had several different suitors. It didn't work because there was a huge capital need in terms of reinvestment in infrastructure at the mountain. Things like new chairlifts, things like new snowmaking machines. It's a very capital intensive, high fixed cost operation. Well, they finally were able to attract an impact investment fund named Arcturus, who became the owner and basically the leader of the project. But it was when they showed up and came to pitch the idea to the community, Arcturus was very upfront. They said, we are going to need lots of different flavors of capital working together. And that included government sources of money for the Financial Authority of Maine and some of the different financial products that they as a government can provide. But it also included a coalition of private foundations as well as individuals who really cared about that region and the engine of economic growth that was this this ski resort, and wanted to make it happen. And so we had several different major funders who came forward and helped lead and anchor those syndications for those PRIs. So I think it's a great example of how individuals, government, foundations, and then private sector actors and impact investing funds came together to make a really important community project happen in a rural area.
So I'm curious about that project. It seemed like some of the returns you're getting, maybe you could speak to the returns. How are you going out and finding the right partners that are willing to accept kind of those same returns that you guys are accepting? And then how are you continuing to raise, are you continuing to raise capital, or is it just generating?
Yeah,
returns
so the syndication remains open. So there's actually a broader window of opportunity for folks who wanted to join that. And we're actually actively doing development there. The terms of this PRI are very concessionary, especially concessionary in the sense that 100% of the principal could be forgiven under certain conditions that are met with regard to impact in the region. And so it's skews very much toward the philanthropic side of that capital spectrum if it works. But if it doesn't work, it basically turns into a 5% unsecured subordinate loan. So it's a very nice product that incentivizes impact, which is what philanthropists care about.
Interesting. Great. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn to Neal here quickly. Can you speak a little bit more about your public-private partnerships and how and some of the successes you've had?
Yeah, of course. Launch Minnesota, we don't do anything alone that would not be successful or be impactful. So if you think about our 3 key goals, when you look at capital, our grants that go out to those 150 startups, that 4.8 million was matched 1-to-1 by the private sector. So on the capital side, it's there. When you look at the culture piece, our grants that I shared about, that Launch Minnesota Network, that hub and spoke model, what we asked our organizations, our entrepreneurial support organizations, our economic development agencies to do is, instead of applying for a grant that was $500,000 every year, we asked them to work together across their regions to leverage their strengths, to look outside of their organization and their city, to make sure that the entire pathway of that journey was covered. And it's not always one organization. When I talk to startups all day, every day, it is a collective impact, right? There's never one organization, one person that helps with their success. And so it's really that collective impact. And so we are working with our partners, our grantees, to do that heavy lift locally and regionally to help serve our businesses, but also trying to incentivize change for greater impact, for greater capacity, for greater sustainability. And then as we look at increasing entrepreneurial talent and expertise, that's all done through our grantees in the private sector. It's not my role in state government to teach a startup or a successful founder what to do, but we have a private sector that steps up and helps in the mentoring and the teaching and the education and the connections and the networking. Once again, our work in government is to try to connect, convene, and catalyze that work.
Yeah, that's interesting. We're gonna get a little bit into that as well as the other benefits that these groups provide. But Andrea, how do organizations or other groups come to your foundation and team and work together?
So BIRD is truly a public-private partnership. The two governments, the U.S. government and the Israeli government, are each putting in 50% of the funding. And then the other 50% comes from the companies or their investors. They can put in kind of in-kind expenses towards their project, or any kind of outside funding, including some of those that we spoke about today, other than another source of federal funding. But any of these foundations or state funding can all be leveraged for these projects. It's been a successful program in the years since we started. We did an economic impact study showing about $10 billion that's been generated, either directly or indirectly from the projects that we funded.
Great, thanks. So we've, through Compeer and AURI and the MBOLD program, we worked with some other organizations to help them figure out and work with other assets that they might need and help other than capital. So I want to ask the panelists, I'm going to start with Dr. Neal, how your organization maybe helps those businesses or those startups and entrepreneurs find the help that they need relative to anything but capital, right? So it's knowledge, it's how do you, the resources to figure out who the market is, segmentation, things like that.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's something we see a need for oftentimes. One of the things I'll say, just for example, in the context of the meat and poultry processing space that we talked about a little bit earlier, our sister agency, the Agricultural Marketing Service, is developing a technical assistance program, right? Recognizing the need for that kind of conversation to help folks get ready for, the myriad of programs that's listed at USDA.gov/meat, so that folks can get ready for that and be competitive in those programs. So, that's one way that happens. One of the things I'll mention too, we do a lot of funding of technical assistance providers themselves, so that, we want to be in a position, there may not be times where, and we don't have necessarily, as much as we try to get out to events like this, we don't necessarily have the local knowledge to engage with folks directly across the United States. So we fund technical assistance providers through, for example, our Rural Business Development Grant, where folks can go in and they can get those dollars to provide technical assistance in their local communities. Similarly, I say our name, Rural Business Cooperative Service, we have a Rural Cooperative Development Grant. I believe AURI has one, to make sure that those agencies then can go out and help cooperatives develop their businesses in the cooperative model so that they can be successful. So thinking about sort of both direct technical assistance provision, the example I mentioned through our sister agency AMS, we also have some cooperative assistance that we do directly ourselves, but then also indirect, where we fund organizations throughout the country to provide those services, because we know that just sort of putting the money up there is not enough. Folks need to be able to get access those dollars, and they need to be able to use them responsibly, report on them, all those kinds of things. And that's not necessarily an easy lift for everyone. We want to make sure that we build capacity throughout the country so that folks can access those funds responsibly.
Great, thanks. I'm going to turn to Tim next. Given your location in southern Minnesota and a unique location, what are some of the groups you've worked with, and maybe speak a little bit to some of the successes and maybe some of the gaps too, where you've worked on the technical assistance side with some of the organizations that you've worked with?
Well, I'll start with the SCORE chapter that works out of our office. Rochester has long had a really large and successful SCORE chapter business mentoring. But on the western side of our 20 county region, there hasn't been that service for many years. So we brought a SCORE chapter under our umbrella, began as a subsidiary to the Rochester chapter and then spun off to become an independent chapter. And we have about 20 SCORE counselors that stay busy regularly with mentoring of a whole assortment of businesses in our region. Through the SBA lending program that we help administer in our region, we can apply technical assistance to any of those loan clients. So you get a loan, you get whatever technical assistance you may need. It might be something as simple as QuickBooks, it might be marketing strategies, but we can provide that. We also have a number of business trainings that we offer in the region every year on a whole range of topics that are important to business growth. That culminates in this annual Entrepreneur Bridge Conference that we've held in Austin and in Albert Lea through the years. We get 70, 80 either aspiring or emerging small businesses in our region to attend that event. And that becomes quite a beneficial program for them. And then I mentioned earlier, these peer groups. We have a manufacturing peer group that's been meeting for almost 20 years now, but they learn from one another, they bring in the experts they need. And so we've created peer groups for women entrepreneurs, peer groups for the Prosperity Initiative, minority entrepreneur folks that we have provided assistance to and keep them connected through those peer councils. And we also have done much the same in the local food space. The collaborative we created with Renewing the Countryside and other local food advocacy groups in our region does involve a business training day that allows these folks to come for a day-long training. But that day is also an opportunity for them to meet with institutional buyers, grocery stores, restaurants, and make some financial connections on that day as well. So those are among the kinds of things that we can offer to folks in our 20 county region.
Great. I've got a question for the group, so feel free to jump in, whoever's got a good answer or any answer. What are the differences between somebody that might have a new idea or a new product and need to move through that proof of concept stage and the needs that they have in the technical assistance space versus somebody that's got a new business, a small business in an area and industry that's already existing? What are some of the things you've seen there that you might be able to, or the differences you see there, or potentially too, some of the gaps that you might see that maybe some people in the audience can help us out with? Yeah, go ahead.
So the BIRD program really focuses on those companies that have developed their technology. So they're a little farther ahead. It's not in the early stages, but it's really helping them to commercialize that technology through the partnership. So that's really the focus, is taking companies that have some technology or two companies that have complementary technologies and creating support so that they can commercialize them and get them to market.
Does that mean just scaling up, or what does commercialization look like for your group?
So it depends. Each project is different. Sometimes it's the co-development where one, so in some of our examples, one company, let's say, has a drone and the other a specific type of drone with capabilities. And the other may have some artificial intelligence algorithms or predictive analytics, and combining those two together is advancing the technology so that it's ready to go to market. Another might be piloting a technology. So you could have a larger company that's able to integrate this new innovative technology into their system and to try it out and see if it works, and then be able to get it to market through their resources and network channels.
Great, thank you. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, there's not one company that I've ever worked with that their needs are exactly the same as the next, right? Every business is so unique in their needs. And so what we're really seeing across the state, and it's probably the same across the nation, is we have a challenge with those early stage companies, right? After they'd say they go through the family and friends round, they have an idea, they're trying to test it, they're trying to get that proof of concept. Not everyone has family and friends to invest, but that stage, that's what we hope with our innovation grants, that we're able to get to that early stage to help that idea come to fruition a little bit more, test it, do that customer discovery. And those needs of that early stage business is very unique. Then we find another challenge later up for the scale up companies. That's where AURI and MBOLD and more of those industry experts come in. Their needs change again, and their funding sources change again. And so what we really need to do for, or hoping to do for the state, is continue to create the funding, the networking, the education, the contacts with our corporate innovators and others to make sure that full continuum is met, because everyone's needs is so different, and you know, and so we're trying to address that in a handful of different ways.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that. I appreciate your use of the word continuum there. One of the things I shared this when I was talking about, for example, the value added producers grant and those kinds of things. Within the government, of course, all of these agencies have very particular authorities where we can and where we cannot work. And I mentioned the value added producers program because that's, you know, it's something where we can work with producers, but we can't actually work on production. Similarly, there are places where we can support business development in some stages, but not in others. And one of the things I would share is that, you know, I think it's important to look across the federal system, just thinking from the federal system for the sake of this conversation, look across the federal system because there are different authorities to work in different places. I think about, for example, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Challenge, that grand challenge that was fairly recently announced. USDA is supportive of that, of course, with Department of Energy and a number of other agencies, of course, FAA, others, transportation are involved in that. There are different places where different kinds of different agencies can work across sustainable aviation fuel. We're not going to be involved in the innovation part, but our partners in other parts of the federal family certainly can be. And so I mention that because I think it's important. Just because you might find a niche where you think, okay, I can work with these folks over here for this. Don't think that they may not be able to do everything, but look across the federal family. There's likely someone who can do something with regard to your business at a different stage. I think it's important to remember. Don't cut us out just because it's not working for you at that particular stage. Look for someone else who can.
Yeah, that's great. And I think there's a lot of opportunities with MBOLD in Minnesota too. Jeff, do you see any trends in specific industries or clientele or stages that in your neck of the woods?
You know, I think in general, it's easy to say that we rely on for-profit capital to do the heavy lifting when it comes to capitalizing businesses. And where the value proposition for a startup is strong enough to attract for-profit capital, that system works very well. However, there are lots of situations in which a company or a concept, whether it's too early, whether it's a new industry, whether it's a new way of doing business or a new business model, they are perceived as having increased risk. And potentially have a harder time making a pitch to for-profit investment capital that they are a good investment at that time. And the expectations for a new business are that it gets further along, it proves more concept before it's able to attract for-profit capital. And I think it's, you know, it's in that gap, right, where there are really compelling concepts that we wish would, you know, cross that chasm and get through that gap and be able to attract for-profit capital. It's in that moment where program-related investments really have this opportunity to fill a need in the capital markets by literally going where for-profit capital won't go on terms that it normally and rationally doesn't want to go. But we need to somehow figure out as a society how we capitalize great, compelling business concepts that aren't yet profit making ready. And PRIs are really a great tool because it, you know, has the incentives of the charitable tax code, but it allows for capital to also not just be a one-time giveaway in terms of grant, but also to have some potential for return so that that philanthropist can be rewarded with increased capacity to be charitable. And it's right in that intersection of our sort of two traditional sector capital markets. And so I think PRIs are a really underused tool with regard to this particular capitalization challenge that we have in the business ecosystem.
Yeah, just quickly, the three ways that we try to connect to this need in our region. The first is that seed fund that I mentioned during the PowerPoint. It's a small investment that's very early stage. The example I gave was this Clean Plus company out of West Concord, Minnesota, a family business that wanted to turn corn stover into granules that could be floor dry to soak up oil and other residue on the floor of your garage or whatever. And they just needed a little bit of money to test that product out. They worked with AURI and others, but ultimately they brought that product to market. It's been very successful for them. And they can either pay back the investment we made at that critical time, or they can give us a piece of equity in the product, in the company. So that's the one way. The second way that we are trying to address this need in our region is through the equity fund that we created about 7-8 years ago. We did a study 10 years ago in our region about economic development and discovered the dearth of equity investors in there. We had some equity clubs, but they'd spend out and they're done. So we were losing a lot of business ideas to where the money was. Even research at Mayo was going to California because the money was there. So we decided to create a small equity fund under our umbrella in the hope that other equity funds in the region would also start to sprout up. And now these 8 years later, there's the Southeastern Minnesota Capital Fund out of Rochester. There is Gopher Angels. There's the Golden Triangle, these that I mentioned earlier. And then we have investor clubs in Austin and in Red Wing. And collectively, it's creating enough money to help businesses at the very early stage where there's an awful lot of risk. They decide to grow that business and to jump those hurdles and to keep that business in our part of the state. Several of these have been in partnership with Mayo Medical Ventures because they're now really interested in investing in the kind of medical discoveries that can stay and grow as part of that destination medical center that they're trying to build out. The third way is there's a firm, used to be called Rebound, it's now called Revocity. And they have a real estate fund, 2 of them that have built out in Northfield, Minnesota, very successfully with a huge return on investment. And they want to take that to other communities in our region. They're working with Rochester to create a real estate fund. They're working in Austin. They're working in Owatonna, Waseca. And some of these are going to come to fruition. And we're making a small investment in any fund they create in our region. But it allows a local partner within that community to identify the need and to help line up the investors. But then the sort of the skill set that Revocity brings to the table comes into play and adds some value to that. But it's another way of helping to invest in some cases in the kind of capital that's needed in these communities to help a business grow. So, thanks.
We've been talking most recently about businesses being capitalized, where there's a startup entity that exists that has some technology that has a plan and is moving forward. But I think it's even really important to look further upstream from the businesses itself to where a lot of really promising assets and technology lie, and that is in our research institutions and like the University of Minnesota, like Mayo Clinic, where there's a lot of really powerful research being done. At the University of Minnesota, $1 billion of research is done every year, and they end up with really promising technology that is not yet a company, right? And they're trying to figure out how to get this really important discovery out to the market. But, similar to the dynamics with an actual business, that technology is not de-risked. There's too many questions. It's uncertain if it'll apply in a commercial context. And so we're sitting on, as a state and as a nation, billions and billions of dollars of potentially really profitable and impactful assets. And one of the things that Venn Foundation has done specifically on this particular challenge with the University of Minnesota and their technology commercialization office is we've created a master agreement whereby any cohort of philanthropists can take a technology that's inside the U of M and that's not yet ready for license agreement. And there can be a project scope for that, a budget created, and then funded through a program related investment. And so you basically can go shopping in the vault of really interesting, promising technology, use charitable capital to fund a scope of work to answer 1 or 2 important questions. And the hope is that it gets licensed and can then be actually commercialized by an entity outside the university ecosystem. And then in exchange, the university says, hey, if it works, If it doesn't work, it's a grant. We don't actually have to pay you anything. And so you're no worse off as a philanthropist than you would be anyway. But if it works, it's actually going to create a licensing revenue stream for the university. And they've agreed to say, hey, if we can get cash coming back in, we'll split it 50-50 back with you as a Venn Foundation donor, put it back in your account, and you can do more with it up to a 3x return. So it's shared risk in the sense that if it doesn't work, you're no worse off. But if it does work, the philanthropist really can partake in some of that upside. And so I think we need to create really interesting capital incentives, not just for startups that are actually out there trying to do this, but also things that are earlier in the pipeline.
Sure. Well, first, I'm just was thrilled when I heard that Venn Foundation was partnering with the Office of Tech Commercialization, really addressing a critical need in our state to focus on that R&D side. So kudos to Jeff, always is doing great work with Venn Foundation. But I just wanted to follow up a little bit too with what Tim was talking about and his work in Southern Minnesota about fostering more investors in funds, of angel funds. And with Venn Foundation, these individuals that are contributing their capital are making an incredible impact in our state and our economy. One thing I'd be remiss not to mention is our angel tax credit that with investors get 25% back on their investment. So it's an automatic return. And there has been misconfusion about this kind of legislation, that it might be a tax credit for the wealthy. But what these investments do is it launches technologies, it grows businesses, it employs people, it hires employees, it grows vibrant communities. So these individual investors that are willing to donate with Venn or be part of an angel fund really play a critical role. And with some work of our data at the state, and with Reed Robinson with Groove Capital did some research, and we found out that there's about 40,000 people across the state that would be at the income level to be an eligible investor. And we're trying to get out much more purposefully with partners. Once again, we partner with those locally and regionally to make sure that individuals and communities are educated about the value of engaging in this ecosystem and as an investor and the impact that has.
I'll just add that, yes, similar to the Venn Foundation, Bird also, if the project is not successful for any reason, or doesn't achieve revenue or only achieves partial revenue, then there's either no repayment at all. It's just a grant or minimal repayment. And the other thing I wanted to address, you asked what the trends are in some of the technology areas. So I just wanted to share a couple of them that I've seen that are really exciting. One is the amount of technology coming out in artificial intelligence, machine learning, predictive analytics, and adapting that to the ag and food tech space, which is extremely exciting. The second is in autonomous systems. So I know I was speaking with some of my colleagues yesterday, and they were talking about the difficulty a lot of companies are having now without the workforce and labor shortages. So a lot of these autonomous systems using robotics and other technologies. So we're seeing a lot of those types of projects coming our way, which is for logistics and also for agriculture. And finally, all are the projects that we're seeing in alternative meat and alternative dairy in food science. And we're seeing a lot of popularity, as I'm sure everyone here sees. So a lot of joint innovation and joint development that we're funding in that area as well.
Thank you. And Jeff had mentioned one thing too earlier about risks and trying to help those companies move through that risk area so that they can attract the capital. And we've had conversations about that as well through our Inbold organization. How do we de-risk some of these companies? How do we help them de-risk so they can move through that stage? And one of the things we did or found out or maybe organically happened was we found that the founders and the CEOs of those startup companies really needed a network of other founders and CEOs to help walk through and talk about the things and the issues they were having challenges with. Some of those things include, just mission statement, vision statement. A lot of these guys are technically proficient, so they might need some help with HR and understanding the sales process. But that really helped some of our CEOs move their companies down that chain. Have you guys worked with have any of those kind of conversations as well? Anyone?
Well, I mentioned our peer groups, and that's exactly what that is designed to do. And we keep every year adding more peer groups because they've been so successful, because the group itself kind of picks the topics they need to explore, and then they learn from one another. So whether it's manufacturing local foods, the minority businesses in our region, we've found great value in sponsoring and facilitating those peer group conversations.
Great. Yeah, I think that's really helpful.
I mean, networks are really critical. I mentioned that in my opening comments. The SBA, Launch Minnesota, our partners of Launch Minnesota last year won the Super Connector Award. We were 1 in 4 in the nation to receive this award. And because the SBA realizes that a connected and coordinated ecosystem helps drive change with businesses. And so when you were asking about, some other things that we do besides provide funding, this network effect and the connecting and the convening and the introductions and the peer network groups, so many do across the state, but it's a very hard thing to quantify, right? It's very hard to show that return on investment of those connections. So it's a bit of a challenge for entrepreneurial support orgs and economic development agencies to quantify that, but we know it's critical. And so that is a key focus of Launch. We do peer groups with our innovation grantees on a monthly cadence. We bring our entrepreneurial support groups, all 80, together on a regular cadence. We also bring higher ed institutions together on a regular cadence to see how they can better focus, and we can all work together to serve our entrepreneurs. And we do that in a lot of different sectors, but it's that peer learning that's important. And then bringing those groups, not just talking to themselves, but those intersections, right? Bringing our grantees with the investor community and bringing higher ed together with our entrepreneurial support org. So also crossing those lines a bit.
Yeah, it's a big network and it's hard to organize in corral cats at times. So well, there was a panel yesterday that talked a little bit about ESG and the ESG impacts on investing and values, but I want to open it up to a discussion for this group as well as what they're maybe seeing in the ESG space and just kind of some of those trends and how you're reacting to those opportunities. It's hurting cats.
Maybe I'll kick this off a little bit. I mean, I opened this talk, as I do pretty much with all of the talks that I do, with the discussion around the priorities that USDA has, the priorities that rural development has, and that's intentional because we want to see that reflected in the work that we're doing. We recognize that everyone may not share all of those priorities, and so it's not a filter in terms of if you have to do these things in order to get funding. But it is something that we oftentimes have priority points for, right? It can help enhance your application, help make that a stronger application for funding if it is aligned with the kinds of priorities that we talked about earlier. So, I think we have to be thoughtful about how to do that. I think in terms of promoting the kinds of things that we know are going to be good for everybody, but also recognizing that everybody's may not be on board with each of those ideas yet, and we want to make sure that people still have access to those kinds of funding opportunities. So I think that's the approach that we've been taking, and we'll see how it moves going forward.
So we're also seeing a trend in our board. So we have a board of directors that includes on the US side, organizations like the NIST that does our evaluations, or sometimes the DOE, depending on the program, State Department, Department of the Treasury, and then similar government ministries on the Israeli side. So the area of social impact has really been something that that all of our board members have taken even more seriously than we've seen in the past. So while we select projects based on things like level of innovation, synergy between the partners, their commercialization strategy, and that the level of their proposal and the technical aspects of that proposal. If all things are equal, our board will select projects that show that have social impact, and ultimately that really benefit both the U.S. and Israeli companies and the U.S. and Israeli governments.
And how would they benefit the government?
Through economic development
Okay.
specifically. So bringing new jobs, bringing new technologies to commercialization through the US, through the United States, as opposed to taking it to Asia. To have those new investment dollars coming from US and Israeli venture capital firms and not from those in China. So keeping the innovation, the technology, and the jobs associated with that in the two countries, and you know, all the economic development opportunities that come out of it, sales, export, channeling that through the US is the top priority from the government point of view.
Great, thank you.
Let me just offer a couple of things. Yeah, our foundation a number of years ago really placed a higher priority on the goal of embedding diversity and inclusion in all of our program areas. And that extends to board governance and board recruitment. It also led to the creation of this Prosperity Initiative, which is a business training and mentoring program for new immigrant and minority entrepreneurs in our region. I think we've had 90 people go through that program quite successfully over the last 3 years now. It also has made us more effective in working with other groups, the diversity councils, Project Find, the Welcome Center in Austin, et cetera, to create a pipeline for lending needs in our region. And currently our loan portfolio includes about 20% minorities. And trust me, in southern Minnesota, 20% is not the number that the census tells you of minorities in our region. So I think we've done a really effective job through that. Last but not least, we're very happy with the collaboration we've built around local foods with Renewing the Countryside, Cannon Valley Grown, and other organizations. But in the local food space, these producers and processors are almost all practicing sustainable ag practices. So that's another way that I think we're trying to be cognizant and deliberate about ESG considerations.
That's great. That's great. So we've got a really diverse group of organizations here. So I'm going to open it up to a really good conversation. I want to open it up to the panel one last time to see if there's anything else they want to share with the group. Well, otherwise, we'll open it up to questions from the audience. Questions, comments?
Well, Aaron, you've got a great panel up there that has shared some, I think, valuable information. We have one online question here we'll get to, and just remind our virtual listeners that you can go to your Q&A portal online to ask questions. Regarding the MPPEP program, do those funds have to be spent down within a specified time period, such as 1 or 2 years?
Thank you for that question. There's a 48-month performance period, maximum 48-month performance period for that program. And that's outlined in the request for applications, which you can find online. So encourage the person who asked that question to go online and see that. But again, maximum 48-month performance period. If you have particular questions about that, there's information on the website, rd.usda.gov/MPPEP, where you can find FAQs and a portal for asking additional questions on that.
Thanks to the panelists. It's been a fantastic overview of some incredible work and really exciting and energizing and very constructive. As we're talking about ESG and you were making some comments on those aspects of investments and operations, I'm just wondering if any of you are seeing any radical new exciting projects on the efforts to cut greenhouse gas emissions. I know there's reference to water and sustainable ag. And I'm curious if greenhouse gas emission reduction or climate change factors into any of your investment priorities in a way that it maybe hasn't 5 years ago. Thanks again.
Yeah, I can highlight a actor in the space with program-related investments called Prime Coalition. That is their entire focus with PRI investments is basically supporting early stage startups that have technology that has the potential to really move the needle on greenhouse gas emissions. So if you're interested in seeing how PRIs relate to that space, I would definitely defer to them. Prime Coalition. Thank you.
Yes, so I appreciate that question. We have a special program called Bird Energy, which is funding that comes from the U.S. Department of Energy and the Israeli Ministry of Energy. It's actually our upcoming cycle with a deadline of June 30th for joint executive summaries. But it's in all areas of alternative renewable energy, energy efficiency, water energy nexus. But in our last cycle, they have added a priority topic of exactly what you're talking about, climate change, greenhouse gases, and carbon capture. So we are actively and proactively seeking out projects. If it's a US company, we help with the matchmaking and we will help identify potential partners in Israel, make those introductions, help set up meetings. So that's certainly a topic that we are actively seeking.
Thank you. Any other questions? One in the back.
So clearly what the theme yesterday and today is all about rural Minnesota and how do we get jobs all across our great state. And there's a lot of great projects coming that way and a lot of work to help develop those ideas. But labor and the willingness to want to live out in the countryside still is a problem. So yeah, they're, you know, they're crime free, they're great places to live, cost of living is low, but so is entertainment, so are schools, so are this or that. So as a group that's going to be looking to employ 20 or 30 new people in rural Minnesota, are there programs that any of you are undertaking that are going to help us with housing and searching for people and all of that sort of thing, daycare, all of those things?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, I'll chime in on that one. So a couple of things I'll say. One, you know, I mentioned our sister agencies at Rural Development. So of course, we're the Rural Business Cooperative Service, but there's also Rural Housing Service and Rural Utility Service, which address some of the kinds of things that you mentioned there, particularly Rural Housing, which has a community facilities program that can invest in certain kinds of, you know, clinics or certain educational facilities, those kinds of things. So there are a number of opportunities there that may be worth considering. And I've had something else in my mind, but it disappeared. but hopefully I'll think about it before I leave and can talk with you about that as well. I think there's a significant opportunity to invest in rural America. Oh, I know what it was. Part of the thing too, as well, is to think again across sort of the federal family. There is on our website, there's a joint resource guide on childcare that Rural Development and the Department of Health and Human Services put out around childcare in rural communities. And so that's something to point to as well. And then, of course, we're thoughtful about this in a sector-specific manner. I mentioned on February 24th, that's when we announced the Meat and Poultry Processing Expansion Program. It's also when we announced the technical assistance provision that I mentioned earlier. There also was an announcement about workforce development, about making sure that there are people who are going to be well-trained for those particular jobs in meat and poultry processing and those kinds of things as well. So there are sector-specific kinds of approaches. But there are also more general approaches, and again, would welcome conversation. I'm sure my colleagues in our state office would welcome those conversations as well.
Just a couple quick things. We don't get involved in workforce specifically. We do business lending and other economic development grant making. But years ago, we did do a grant to the Fairmont community to create, I call it a career day on steroids. And what they did is they started with 9th and 10th graders, because often by the time kids get into the 11th or 12th grade, they're checking out. And by focusing on them, they did aptitude tests, discovered what kind of their passion and innate interests were, and then directed them on career day to the businesses in their town that actually produced things or needed the kind of skill set that these kids were inclined toward. And it's been very successful in Fairmont over the last several years. And there are now, I think, 6 or 7 area school districts that participate with Fairmont in that. So I only bring that up because I monitored a conversation of manufacturers a couple of weeks ago together with Enterprise Minnesota. And this workforce challenge it came up repeatedly. But I do see school districts and the regional community and technical colleges sort of re-engaging with the business sector to try to address that need and create a pipeline for those jobs. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the Rural Policy Center does research every year on a variety of topics. A couple years ago, I suggested to them that they do a cost of living study to compare cost of living rural, cost of living metro. And it's no surprise they determined that in almost every profession you can actually, and you usually do, make a little less in rural. When you factor in the cost of living, you're money ahead. So I think that's a real marketing campaign that EDAs and chambers across rural Minnesota should really pick up and run with, especially in this post-COVID world where so many people have learned that they can work remotely. Why wouldn't you live where the living is good? The third thing I wanted to mention is that in the early childhood space, that's the other big thing we do at our foundation. We do economic development and early childhood and invest almost as much, a couple million a year in the early childhood space. That's provider trainings at no cost to them so they can get the training they need, get their continuing ed credits, stay in business, be the best they can be. We do have someone on staff that works exclusively with communities that are facing a childcare shortage challenge and help them kind of navigate what's the best solution for that community. And then we do some grant making around early childhood needs as well. So it's bigger than we can handle, but again, we try to do that in partnership and collaboration with other groups that are bringing those resources to bear on the early childhood needs.
I just want to follow up too on the workforce side first and engaging students, planting that seed in our future generations critical. There's been some work done. My old colleague, Burke Murphy over there with the Department of Labor and Industry, there was this kind of training program getting our high school students inside businesses at an earlier age to see and to learn. So there's a lot of great things there. On a state perspective, there is a lot of proposed legislation coming up that if you give me your contact name afterwards, I'm happy to send you all the details. I'm not the expert on it, but obviously we know from DEED that we need to focus on housing, workforce, childcare, and there's things proposed in all of those that I'm happy to share more details with.
Yeah, it's a really big question. And as we think about rural at Compeer, it's one of the things we do is we partner with RD in maintaining and sustaining those institutions, those rural areas that are critical, schools, nursing homes, hospitals, working with those rural banks, because those are necessary to make those those communities economically viable. So we look to partner with all those and interact with all those groups and make sure that we can do what we can.
One other thing. I just wanted to also add, we with Launch Minnesota convene co-working spaces across the state from small towns to large cities. And what we are seeing is there is a trend to move out more into greater Minnesota. I'm a believer. I live in greater Minnesota myself. But it's creating this culture. It's creating this ecosystem that attracts people, right? It's the Main Street businesses. It's knowing that you have broadband and that you can be a gig worker and work anywhere. So it's really, those are really instrumental and essential to attract new workers and new residents to your community. But we're seeing some shifts, and we're seeing that co-working spaces in very rural places are filling up with members and activity. So just wanted to add that.
I think that's right. So if you think of all the wonderful places in Minnesota you could live and work rurally, as long as you have broadband, which is critical, it's one of the things we all have to work on. There's no reason not to work on one of those wonderful areas. So any other questions before we move on?
Aaron, could I just ask, and I don't know if the panel can, respond to this, but are there things that you're having a conversation about internally that are starting to percolate to the surface that you see you may be adding to the portfolio in the near future that are going to meet some needs that are just starting to take shape around the state of Minnesota?
It's an interesting question. Do you have specific ideas on what that might be?
I was hoping
I
the
can-
panel did.
I can punt that. Let's see how this goes. So a lot of what I do, I'm not in control of, right? That is our governor and our legislators. But I have to look at what we can control, right? And so one thing that we really want to engage in our regions is to empower others to get engaged in our startup ecosystem and our innovation in our innovation ecosystem. And that's really by doing three things. And we're going to be going around the state, is by giving your wealth, your wisdom, or your work. So, anyone, no matter where they are, if they're an HR representative in a company or a local, accountant or banker, they can help engage in the ecosystem. You can, as we talked about funding and providing capital, there's mentorship that's needed, or just be engaged more in your local activities that are happening in that co-working space, in that local accelerator, in with a local startup, attend some events. We need everyone across the state to engage and really participate in our community to continue to drive the results that we need.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, as we look at some of the universities and the schools throughout the rural areas in Minnesota, those are critical. Midwest is a good, good example as well of what we can do out in rural Minnesota to help those entrepreneurs. Our previous CEO at Compeer asked, is agriculture more reliant on rural, or is rural more reliant on agriculture? And as those trends change, as farms get bigger and diversify, I mean, those are real questions. It's a big question. It's not an easy answer to it, but I think, we talk about hemp. There's some folks here that work in that hemp space. Those new opportunities, Shannon's working on, his group's working on a whole bunch of new opportunities. What are we going to be able to do to diversify and not be so, monocultural? For example, we've got cover crops, soil health, but what other opportunities are there for us in rural America?
I'm going to reflect back on that manufacturing group program that I helped moderate a couple of weeks ago, because several years ago, early childhood would never have been brought up in this group, and it was a hot topic this last time around, and it's coming forward as a bigger issue for economic development. The other issue that I wanted to mention is succession planning. We have a lot of businesses that are at a stage where they need to transfer to the next generation or to a new owner operator. It's an issue that I think we need to elevate, because if you wait too long, there is no plan, and those businesses go away. And in rural Minnesota, we can't afford that.
Aaron, I saw a lot of people taking notes, and I'm assuming that may lead to questions. So this is your last chance. We'll take one more if somebody has a question for this group. We have one online. Let me come and get that. Just drives the cameraman nuts. I'm curious to learn more about the Rural Entrepreneurial Ventures program underway in 13 communities. Who wants to take that one?
Well, I wonder if my Vice President of Economic Development submitted that question, because this program keeps her plenty busy. Pam Bishop does a great job. We took 6 communities through a 3-year process where we offered facilitation in partnership with Region 9 and University of Minnesota Extension and other partners. And it was really to help these communities brainstorm about creating an entrepreneurial spirit within their town, and different projects grew out of each of those communities over the course of time, linking high school students to the business sector in Blue Earth, enhancing tourism in Spring Grove. Lots of really great initiatives grew out of that 3-year facilitation process. But the great thing is that the work goes on. So we sort of put it in motion, and now they're carrying forward the work, and we've selected several new communities to go through that process. This year, they're at the front end of that facilitation. And you do asset mapping, you do all sorts of things that help people think differently about the economic opportunity and the economic future of their community. One thing we ask them to do is just survey, what businesses do you have? And I'll just use Blue Earth as an example again. When they surveyed how many businesses they had in town, they found out they had a lot more businesses than were in the Chamber of Commerce, because they learned how many businesses were in-home businesses in that town. So these are just sort of the discoveries that we help communities walk through that Rural Entrepreneur Venture program. And if we had more money, I'd like to bring it to more towns, but we pick about a half a dozen the first time around and another half dozen roughly this time around. And then we never really let go of those communities. We'll call them back for like quarterly meetings so that they can become a peer group to one another.
Great. Well, I want to thank my panelists. Thank you for a great conversation and bringing all your ideas and your thoughts to the panel and sharing it with the audience. I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. Our networking break recently was sponsored by Midwest Technology Campus, and we thank them for that as well today. Remember, we are doing concurrent programs right now. Downstairs in the TAC room is the next wave of renewables that is being featured. And right here in the main room, Dr. Brian Burr will be leading the Sustainable Proteins panel. Dr. Burr is Dean of the College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Sciences, or as we call them, CFANS, and is director of the Minnesota Agricultural Experiment Stations. He's also a professor of applied economics. He'll be leading this concurrent panel, so welcome to the podium, Dr. Burr. And all of the panelists should come on or follow Jason. He's walking off to my right here.
Okay, well, thanks, Dan, for that introduction. I was joking. Oh, there you are. I was joking with our panelists that I'll introduce here momentarily that we were having a fantastic conversation about protein prior to this. We'll try to carry it forward here right now as we move ahead. Hopefully people will trickle in, and I'm obviously taking time here now to let them come in. As Dan said, I'm Brian Boer, I'm Dean of the College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences. And I will talk a little bit today about something, and I was joking with my team. I said, I have to talk tomorrow. You know, I said, they asked me what I was doing at this event, and I said, just one word. This is kind of from The Graduate for those of you of a certain age, right? One word. Are you listening? And that's a quote to Benjamin. Protein. That goes, it was plastics in The Graduate movie. You know, the one word thing. But we're here today to talk about protein, which I never thought would be this really intriguing, fascinating conversation. In fact, we're just talking about nutritional elements and so on. And who knew that you'd end up in the spot where, you know, proteins become the critical nutrient to growing food demand, and how we're going to supply that across the globe and do that in a way that's sustainable. Because as I talk through this, we can see there's some characteristics of protein that make this really fascinating in how we develop and derive that value. And I'll just for a minute, and I'll introduce the panelists here in a minute as they come up, talk a little bit about what the University of Minnesota does in this area, and this will come up, I'm sure, through the conversation. We work in one of our values, I think, and for those of you that are in the research side of this or in the marketing side of this, we work from soils all the way through the final nutrition for food products in our research enterprises. For those of you that are entrepreneurs and looking for opportunities to develop research products, we actually have agreements across the university with many private sector partners, small, large individuals, because we have the labs and people there to work in all those spaces. And a couple of things around protein, of course, we've had, as we traditionally have had, we have a meat science program that looks a lot at meat, and it's relative not only to meat and animal products, not just to the food side, but beyond that. And a lot of work, of course, there on protein. We have a dairy pilot research center, which for those of you who haven't ever been on campus, we do. Actually, yesterday was our sales day for our meat, cheese, and dairy and ice cream products. If you've ever had our ice cream, it's phenomenal. But it's a terrific plant that looks at how do we take and develop, in that case, a lot of dairy work. And the isolates in dairy, which are really fascinating regarding their composition in dairy components. So we think of dairy as the meat, cheese, and ice cream part of it, but you think about the utilization of that. It even comes into perhaps creating processes for advancing those proteins and multiplying those in fermentation and other things, because it is so unique as an animal product. So we're looking at that. And then on top of that, about probably 4 years ago now, we launched, 4 or 5 years now, we launched the first in the nation Plant Protein Innovation Center. And that's a great example for us because we're looking at, including meat processors, dairy producers, you know, looking at alternative proteins for their other ingredients and products. And one of the things we do is we're developing new crop varieties to support that as well. So camelinas and pennycress that are oilseed crops, but have really high and interesting protein as well. Protein's diverse. It's not just protein, it's the composition of it that matters. And so we're looking at plants that have unique protein properties and also polymers and developing those. And then the Plant Protein Innovation Center takes that work, and you don't just take protein from a crop. You know, we're well versed in soybeans and so on, but what are the characteristics? How do we isolate those proteins? What are their values? What are their compositions for creating food from them? People don't just eat protein. They want to have the wraparound to it that tastes good and has good flavor and characteristics and processing abilities, cooking abilities. So we do that work as well. So it's arranged that as we talk to people, we are an open platform in a sense to do that work. And so we're always looking for innovators to do that. So that's all I'll talk about the University of Minnesota. That was my shameless commerce division for a minute there. And then I'll divert to our panelists who are really the people that you want to hear from. But as I was talking about that and setting this up a little bit, what makes, I think, protein so fascinating is the dimensions to it. And protein from a nutrition standpoint is really interesting. And there's just two ends to that that are really critical. All of us, I don't know how many people looked at the USDA food plate recently, but 15 to 20% of our diets needs to be protein to have a healthy diet. And if you look at the polar ends of our populations from early childhood to elder, you know, those particular groups are really, really sensitive to protein. So from a child perspective, and I think about, you know, I'll just sort of not necessarily share this, but Hormel Foods, for example, has a Project SPAMI that was delivering protein into developing countries. And the issue was for small children, protein is key to brain development. So we think about advancing, you know, some of the core needs there, but that protein piece is critical to youth. And as we look at elderly people from a muscle mass perspective, from a well-being perspective, protein becomes critical there. And in many cases, the proteins that we have from animal products have digestibility or other character allergenicities and those kinds of things that impact their utilization in those areas. So it's a really fascinating area to think about how do we advance that in multiple dimensions. There's no one magic bullet or solution. And this protein innovation sustainability side is part of that. Then you get to the issue, and I always just say simply protein's expensive. And as an economist, and I did have an animal science degree once upon a time, so I still have it, I guess. They didn't revoke it. But from an economist perspective, protein's expensive. And when we say expensive, we don't mean dollars and cents necessarily, but resource expensive, right? Protein's a complex molecule. It's not like, I joke sometimes, we've solved the carbohydrate problem. That's basically the calories you need to survive, the most basic nutrient. We solve that, right? Our grain systems are phenomenal at generating carbohydrates. Proteins, if you look globally at the demand for proteins at that nutrient value level and the growth in the population is critical to the diets across the world. At the same time, it's super expensive to produce. It's got environmental, it's resources from land to the nutrient values. We think about raising livestock and taking that step into it. It's just an expensive nutrient. And how do we do that in a way that we can provide that protein? It's the classic feeding the world without destroying it kind of a phenomenon as we grow this out. How do we do that? And it's got, what we'll find today, there's a range of options here. You know, from more conventional, traditional livestock systems, meat systems, plant systems we have, to new plant varieties, to new fermentation possibilities and cellular possibilities. And all of that's in that portfolio. So I view it as this really big tent we have to address. And there's room for everyone. And how are we going to develop this? Because it's really critical back to that nutrition piece to do that. And there's a lot of different perspectives and values how I might do that. The last piece that's really interesting too is what will consumers, what do they want for protein? What are these market segments that we're looking at? I'll have some questions about that of where they fit in. And where do these all fit in? They all have a role in that, but certainly it ends up being consumers like flavor, and proteins sometimes don't taste great. They need to be movable into the food stream. How do we do that with some of these characters? Think about particularly the cellular and fermentation piece. How do they come in? How do we do plant proteins into something that's, is it center of the plate, which is kind of the meat and dairy side of things, or is it more of that thing of it's an ingredient that comes into that plate to provide that protein source? Anyway, that's my version of, in a nutshell, the fascinating parts about protein and why I think it's, you know, it is a really important thing as we think about entrepreneurially, how to solve some of those. That's kind of the starting point I think we all work from. And so it isn't this or that. I don't view it's an and of how we do that work. So I'm really excited to have our panelists here, and there are a couple online that I'll come to in a bit. And just for context, and I was here a little bit earlier, and you've been through the panel process before, but each of them will have about 5 or 7 minutes. They'll present their materials. And then I look to you. You can tell I'm not the most exciting guy to listen to in the world. And so as you're listening, I want you to be thinking about questions yourselves that you can ask to the panel, because you have a much more diverse set of interests and experiences. So do think about those questions, or you'll get my boring questions, which won't be that interesting. So do think about that as we're going. And with that, I'll just introduce them, and I'm going to do this alphabetically. And that way I won't be showing any preference for types of proteins that way. And I am a diplomat as work at university. So Ryan Carruth is a plant manager with Super Brewed Foods in Little Falls, Minnesota. And they work on fermented cultured proteins. And so he'll be one of our panelists. Gerard Klein-Essink is joining us from the Netherlands. So he gets the Not Traveling Zoom Award for being the furthest digital electrons, I guess, to come here. Matt Meyer is here with Thousand Hills Lifetime Graze from Clearwater, Minnesota. And then we have Corey Scott with Livestock Services Lead for True Terra with Land O'Lakes Incorporated. So with that, as I let off here, and I do hope that Ryan is here with us online.
Yes, I am.
Or I guess since the slides have Matt Meyer, we will do Matt, since he is here, and I know he's here because I could see him. So Matt, welcome to the podium.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Meyer, Chief Regenerative Renegade at Thousand Hills Lifetime Grazed. Thank you for having me. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Brian. I'm glad that Brian brought up feeding the world and what we need to do and what models we can use to feed the world without wrecking the world, right? And he said there wasn't a silver bullet, but I'm here to say that I've got the silver bullet. So if you stay and listen to me, we got it all solved. So I'm biased, though. I'm very biased. I understand that. So we call ourselves at our company and our brand and our producers Regenerative Renegades because we are pursuing a different model, and we are swimming upstream, so to speak, as to our practices and how we go about it. And it's super inspiring to be at an event like this for us, because this whole food hub idea really makes me appreciate the brain power in this room and beyond, and the fact that we are very fortunate to be in this food hub. And I'm going to explain a little about how that did help Thousand Hills get to where we are today. Do I have a clicker up here? Is this it? Oh, push the green forward button. There we go. So I'll give you some background about where we came from, where I came from. So my farm is up by Clearwater, Minnesota, just up on 94. And that's where I grew up on, 120-acre multi-species grass-based farm. And I was the only boy. So my dad went to work every day in a factory, and my primary responsibility was the farm. And I loved it. I loved taking care of the animals. I was involved in 4-H. My crowning achievement in 4-H was the 1976 champion egg layers at the Minnesota State Fair. So I am that old. But I saw that this expensive hobby led to conversations around the table about who was going to get paid what bill that month. And it wasn't very financially fruitful. The lifestyle was awesome. But after enough of those conversations, I thought, okay, I better get an education and I better get out of agriculture because this doesn't feel good. So I went off to college. No one had to convince me to do that. And I thought, I looked around and thought, well, if I want a job out of college, seems like there's a lot of food companies around here. Food's close to ag. That's about as much as I thought about it, and went to school for business at St. Cloud State, graduated, got a great opportunity to be a brand manager at Schwann's in Marshall. That's where I earned my master's because I learned a lot there. They were very good to work for, very entrepreneurial for $1 billion company at the time. And I then realized that the corporate structure and ladder wasn't really for me. And I really was an entrepreneur at heart. So I quit, moved to Minneapolis with everything I had in a $1,000 car, and went to a 2-bedroom apartment and started this marketing agency, and had the great opportunity then to work with all the big food companies in the area and in the nation on food marketing. Learned a lot. It was awesome. Worked with Land O'Lakes. We specialized in school meals, really, and working in school meals and nutrition and helping that segment. But then I had an opportunity to sell that business in the consolidation of marketing agencies in around 2000. And I had that time to stop and think about what I wanted to do next. And at the same time, I moved my young family back to a lot I bought next to the farm that I grew up on. I moved out of the cities, moved out to the rural area, wanted to have them experience some of that lifestyle, and looked around at the farms from all my neighbors and friends and fellow friends that I grew up with. And the farms had turned into cropland for corn and soybeans, and they were tilled, and we live in this undulating meadows, wetlands, streams, ponds, potholes, we call them. And I noticed that there was a lot of degradation in the soil, a lot of washing, erosion, a lot of tilling. And at the same time, I had this food system in my mind, and I thought, okay, the next thing I do, I want to do something to improve the food system. And what came back to me in my research at the time, 20 years ago, was grass-fed beef. That grazing ruminants in a managed holistic way was the single biggest thing that you could do to improve the food system. Now, that sounds radical today, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, animals and animal protein and raising them. But the same holds true today, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And Thousand Hills, you know, my farm is one of 50 family farms that we resource cattle from. And we're also one of the 13 North American Savory Institute hubs, which I'll talk a little bit more about. So our vision, and this was created 5 years ago, updated vision, rescue the US food system from collapse by implementing regenerative agriculture practices nationwide. Sounds kind of, well, BHAG, right? The big, hairy, audacious goal. And really, the food system collapse? Well, I think we saw some things in the last few years that showed that we probably do need to be a little more resilient in our food system. And there's research around, you know, how nutrition affects the diseases that we're getting and how the incidence of those diseases are increasing. And not to mention how we know we want to keep our immunity system strong. A lot has changed in just the last few years, but carbon, we can positively affect carbon with our practices, soil degradation, loss of biodiversity, grassland desertification. It's all happening right now. And then our mission to nourish soil, plants, cattle, and people by holistically grazing cattle for their lifetime. So we have lifetime grazed in our name, and that is to differentiate us because our cattle are not confined, they're not fed, they're grazed on the land all year round. So you might ask, how does that happen in January in Minnesota? And it kind of makes me smile because we were hearing about AI and technology like that. One of the best technologies we brought to the farm was a big round bale unroller. We've got all this great equipment to roll up bales, but we don't have any equipment to unroll bales. So a few years ago, that was our great technology innovation that we purchased. We didn't invent that, where we can then strategically add fertilizer, ground cover, wherever we need it on our land. So we go back and unroll the bales that we make in the summer when there's too much to graze, and unroll those bales back on the same fields, being very strategic about where we unroll those bales. On a degraded hillside, on a top of a hill where it had been eroded in the past, things like that. So what we're really doing is replicating what bison did in this country and other ruminants for thousands of years, where they traveled in a tight herd. They had a lot of animal impact. They fertilized, they grazed, and they moved on, and they did it in another area. And they didn't come back to that area until it had rested enough to completely replenish itself. And so that's what built the topsoil that we've been living off for the last 100 years or so in this country, was this whole interaction of this ecosystem that we now have kind of displaced with other models. So the silver bullet is regenerative agriculture. And there are many benefits. And I'm very fortunate because on my farm, where all these pictures were taken, I get to see the benefits of regenerative agriculture every day. I spend every morning on the farm, and I spend every afternoon making a living, is my joke, in the business of selling grass-fed beef to retailers. So we're first and foremost, we're building soil health. Because if you think about it and you look at the measurements of what's happening to the nutrient density of our food, it's declined 60 to 80% over the last 60, 70 years. So we need to get our nutrition from somewhere. Soil provides a lot of that nutrition. We need to rebuild our degraded soil. And to us, we don't use the word sustainable, because in the land that we recover and put back into diverse grasslands for grazing, we're typically finding around 1% organic matter in our soil when we test it. Healthy soil is going to have somewhere from 5 to 10% organic matter. And so we have to go about the work then when a neighboring farm, if we get another field and we talk to the landowner about how we're going to graze it and how we're going to take care of it, we're starting with that somewhere around 1%. And it's degraded and we need to rebuild it. So we start, and we can increase that organic matter anywhere from 0.5 to 1% per year. And when I grew up and what I learned in geology and biology is it took 100 years to grow an inch of topsoil. Well, when you introduce technologies like poly wire that can be electrified, you introduce sleds that can move mineral and salt with your cattle because you move them once or twice a day during the grazing season. You introduce bale unrollers. Now all of a sudden you can exponentially increase how fast you're regenerating soil. So anyway, the benefits go on and on. I could spend an hour on each one of those bullets, but I'll keep moving here. So that can wait for the question time. Now we are third-party certified, and for a long time, our brand wasn't third-party certified. But anyway, we had our protocol for our producers to raise cattle. We had all of the things that you can't do, including confinement, hormones and antibiotics, all the things you can't do. But there wasn't a third-party certification that was strict enough to encompass our protocol. The American Grass-Fed Association eliminated some loopholes, which then became a very strong certification, because not all grass-fed beef is created equal. You can confine, you can feed distiller grains, you can feed soy hulls and still call it 100% grass-fed beef. It's okay, it's what the USDA allows. Scientifically, that still is forage and fiber, but I believe that two things. One, that when a consumer goes to look for grass-fed beef, they believe the cattle are out grazing and they're not being fed in a lot. Number two, we can't regenerate our land as fast without animals as we can with that animal impact. There's even science showing that the saliva from the animals help the microbiology of the soil. So there's things we don't even understand yet about this animal interaction with the land and how we build soil. So American Grass-Fed Association was important. And then the Savory Institute, their primary mission is to reduce or to reverse desertification globally, because it's happening at a pretty fast rate, but specifically by using animal impact. There's a wonderful TED Talk from Alan Savory. I recommend looking it up. He talks extensively about how he learned about how animals actually do positively affect the ecosystem, the wildlife habitat, the soil, the water retention, all of that. And again, our farm is part of the Savory Institute and being a North American hub. And what's important here is that that certification is based on measurements. So in the marketing world, there's this thing called greenwashing, where you can slap a name on there like pasture raised or regenerative or something else and not have much to back that up other than some marketing claims. So I was attracted to the Savory program. They have ecological outcome verification called EOV. And what that means is that we are measuring every year on every one of our farms and ranches a whole number of measurements, which are listed on the slide and I don't have memorized, but I do know that we measure ground cover, because that's really important for soil temperature and for water retention and for sequestering carbon. We're measuring soil, organic matter, we're measuring absorption rate of water. We're measuring the diversity, because we know diversity in nature and in grasslands is very important for the health of all the plants. And this way we have to show improvement every year in those measurements. And we're not just making a claim, it's based on actual measurements of the land and the plants and the habitat. That was really important to me. Okay, this is a slide of scan data going out of a grocery store as measured by SPINS, third party. And I throw this slide in there. Yes, we're the #1 brand nationally in the natural channel as measured by SPINS. So it's fun to be #1. We worked a long time to get there. You know, we're the 20-year overnight success. Really. But I put the slide in here because when we think about food hubs, I wondered, okay, what is it about the food hub? How did Thousand Hills make it this far? How did we make it 20 years? And it's amazing all the things that maybe we took for granted a little bit by being from here. But it starts with the fact that there's more food co-ops here per capita than anywhere else in the country. And what does that mean? That means there's more consumers here who are willing to pay more for their food based upon the practices and claims on those products. They're willing to go beyond the cheapest food and look for something that is either making the planet better or is nutritionally superior or is environmentally superior. So we do well that way. And by having those co-ops and enough of them, you can get enough critical mass to get your brand started. And that's what we needed. In addition, we needed small farms because when we started, we were harvesting 2 carcasses a week. Well, what very large farm is going to deliver 2 carcasses a week to a processing facility? So Minnesota and Wisconsin, we worked with a lot of small farms. And then it leads to distribution and logistics. Currently, we work with 6 value-added processing facilities in Minnesota to produce our products. And we have our facility in Becker for distribution. But just think of the jobs between logistics and processing that we can affect, and that they're here actually first before we were, that we could go to them and process our goods. So there is so much potential based upon that infrastructure that already exists underneath through these entrepreneurs that have started businesses, and this infrastructure that is from big food too, because that affects logistics. And the fact that if I have to ship 2 pallets somewhere, I'm not shipping a truckload. We have to figure out how to do that efficiently. And by moving enough food around in this area, that allows us to tag on and do that. So there's my probably overtime summary of what Thousand Hills is. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. And our next speaker, Corey Scott, who with Land Lakes, and we'll talk about some of the work they're doing with True Terra and livestock. So, Corey.
Okay, so what you can't see here is a giant clock that ticks down numbers in bright red lighting. It says 29 minutes. So I want to make sure we can get everyone in here. I'm going to take 2.5 minutes. I dare you to time me. First and foremost, thank you for joining us today. This is an important discussion that we're going to have. Brian brought it up earlier, and what you're going to hear me talk a lot about is protein is expensive to make. And the producers like Matt that are trying to do it in an, I'm going to say innovative, that's probably going to offend you because this is, you're going back to the roots of how we used to grow our food. So I'm going to say innovative ways, but they're exploring moving away from what you see in the conventional manner. And True Terra's role in that and Land O'Lakes' role in that is to help facilitate new revenue streams to help producers like Matt and other producers that are looking at transitioning into more regenerative practices to be able to afford to do that. So, clicker. We believe at True Terra that producers, farmers, ranchers are the most effective and impactful conservationists on the planet. Every day, we are looking to generate a food source the most efficient way possible, while also caring for our land and our animals as responsibly as we can. I can say with confidence as I look at the faces in this room that I don't think any of us are out there to destroy our planet intentionally. At True Terra, we have a sustainability platform that was created. This is 5 years old, so it's really new, newer than the work that Matt's doing. True Terra historically has been very row crop oriented. And when we're talking about row crops, we're talking about regenerative ag and the typical structure you see here in the upper Midwest. So those of us that are growing row crops and are considering transitioning to reduced tillage, cover crop, more additional cover crop usage, putting in buffers and tree belts and things to help our land and our water. And what True Terra built was a tool to help producers like yourselves and our neighbors to measure the ecological impact of these practices that we're working towards changing. Because one of the most critical pieces about any of this work that we're doing is we have to be able to raise food and we have to be able to do it in a manner that is affordable for all. I was talking to Matt's daughter earlier and she's very interested in K through 12 diets. So if we're to feed all of our school children and all of those people that are also on subsidized diets and meals, we have to find a way to do it at mass, but we can do that responsibly. So that's what we encourage at True Terra. Today, we're using these insight scores to help producers drive decision-making on farm. We've recently transitioned into including livestock and dairy in that. True Terra is the sustainability arm of Land O'Lakes. Land O'Lakes is historically a dairy cooperative. We are owned by 1,400 dairy producers and many thousands of row crop and agronomy growers across the nation through our Winfield United business. That addition and movement into livestock introduced me to the equation. I've worked for Land O'Lakes in the dairy space for a number of years. My focus has always been on the producer and what's happening on farm, typically in the risk management space. I know this is speaking to Brian's heart as he's an economist. I did work in the risk management space, and as we consider transitioning practices, this really is a key piece of your P&L, your portfolio, and your risk management plan. Because risk management is not just how do you manage your finances, but it's how you manage the future of your operation. Most recently, Truterra has been transitioning to be the bridge builder between the producers that are doing great practices on farm and those that now need to leverage these practices to meet some of their environmental goals. This ties back to that revenue stream. So I don't know if anyone saw this week, but the SEC released a number of requirements for any new companies that would like to become public. These climate requirements are putting a spotlight on the practices that are happening, not just in energy companies, but also food companies. So food companies are taking a pretty critical look at what's happening through their value chain all the way down to the producer. And they're really thinking about putting the onus on the producer. So our job at Truterra is to be the bridge builder, to help facilitate that relationship in a way that's healthy, both economically and environmentally for the producer. Last year, our Truterra Carbon program provided over $4.2 million to producers across the United States. This was on approximately 150,000 acres. So if you should choose to do the math, our producers saw between $20 and $30 per acre, or excuse me, per ton of carbon benefit. This is to help producers like Matt, who's considering a new cover cropping program to help facilitate that transition and essentially monetize the carbon that he is sequestering. Okay, we're sequestering carbon. That carbon has value to people inside the food value chain, but also outside. So you're going to hear a lot of talk about offsets and insets in the future, carbon credits. That is what Truterra is working to facilitate. Pairing producers with the program that best fits their operation and also benefits the CPG or the fuel or the energy industry. And this is where we get back to farmers and ranchers are the best conservationists. We have the biggest opportunity to help our international governments and communities to meet their environmental goals. But that work comes at a price. And we recognize that, and we want to be the bridge builder to help facilitate that. I think I'm over my 2.5 minutes, but I think I'm done. That was my last slide. So I'll turn it back to you, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey. Economists never joke about their forecasting ability, so you're just fine. Our next speaker is Gerard Klein-Essent, joining us from the Netherlands. And so Gerard, welcome to the Twin Cities, and we'll look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be with you all the way from the Netherlands, the Froglands, the Cheeselands. I am here. I'm to the point of the first presenter. I'm a goat farmer myself. We've got 3 goats, not a lot, but we're a goat farmer. I come from a dairy family. My grandfather had a very small milk factory about 100 years ago. And I have been focusing my work in my company called Bridge to Food on plant-based. And I'll have a few slides. I'll do it in less than 5 minutes, I think. But just to give some context and maybe some points for the discussion. This will stop presenting. Yeah. Can you see my screen, Brian? You can? Yeah, great. That's wonderful. So Bridge to Food was developed actually 20 years ago to the 1st of April this year. And we've been focusing completely on plant-based foods and proteins, while at that time, maybe in the early days, plant-based was actually not really big time existing, but we've been building interactive communities with a certain mission. And what I can see now, to the point of sustainability, which is the topic of this panel, that over the years, many more stakeholders have got involved in plant-based foods and proteins. Whereas in the past, it was maybe a manufacturer with an ingredient company as a supplier, but not really having any big time impact because there weren't enough VCs involved in it, or there wasn't a lot of development in food ingredients. And all of this is now actually developing a lot. So the sustainability question is maybe not so much more about the sector itself. It's about really aligning objectives on plant-based foods and proteins, like the dairy industry has done 100 years ago, or the meat industry or the bakery industry. And this is where the industry is. And this is also where I think from even the meat perspective or the plant-based food perspective, the question is actually, you know, how sustainable is it by numbers, by maybe also collaborations, and how it will move forward in the coming years. We developed 3 years ago in Canada, the starting point, a global plant-based foods industry for this particular purpose. As we were working already for a very long time with research, development and innovation people, we realized that we could have a little bit of impact as the business leaders were too busy, maybe growing the business, and associations weren't really in place. So we thought, okay, let's not wait for that to happen. And when it happens, it will happen in the US or in Canada, which has happened meanwhile. But I think if you really look at supply chains, they are very often global. And the people who really are needing improvements are very often people in innovation, research and development. So let's do that. Meanwhile, we are now having 50 meetings per annum in the Americas, Europe time zone and Europe, Asia. And it's a very active and thriving community with a joint interest. They compete, but it's always about 2025 or later, where you can think about the white space for collaboration and to work on standards. Standards of identity, harmonization, and I think making sure that things are happening. This is an overview about the different organizations: food manufacturers, ingredient companies, technology, crops, universities, institutes, so really a presence of the full value chain. Actually, apart from working on all those little things that are very important for all of the companies to progress on, we also formulated a mission, and the mission is actually not being against meat or anything like that. It is to accelerate the transition in a sustainable way with an increase of food security and an abundant supply of proteins for food, feed and pet food markets. Okay, most of the companies active in our ecosystem are also doing dairy and meat. So this is not about being for or against. This is about making sure that for maybe different reasons this is happening. And in that respect, I wanted to share with you on the right hand side in blue that we will be launching an investment agenda with research ideas and also budgets, which is quite unique because a lot of organizations are talking about a change. And then the bottom line is probably always, okay, how much needs to be put on the table by industry or by governments, regional, national, to facilitate the change. And that's a new element. And that's where I think hopefully everybody will benefit from. I'm from Europe. On last week, Monday, the European Council, which is now getting together with Biden. Actually, the European Council said to the European Commission, like Congress, you should be coming up with a strategy for being more sustainable on plant proteins. Reason being, the setup of the value chain in Europe is not sustainable when you are importing maybe 80% of the soy from Ukraine. And we all know what's happening over there. So sustainability is very important. To the panel maybe, and I'll stop here with my presentation. Just a thought. because the panel is called Sustainable Proteins, right? And it's about plant proteins, it's about animal proteins. To think of if there is some kind of common idea where maybe the US or maybe Minnesota will be in 2030, and what kind of balance there is then between animal consumption, animal-based products consumption, and plant-based from a health position, climate position, maybe other sustainability position. And I'm not saying animal production is not sustainable, but there is some kind of common thought and the discussion on the table, a lot of things will be more maybe acceptable for all the different stakeholders. And that's what we can learn in Europe. In some countries that's happening, in most it's not. And there's always a for or against. And as if farmers are not also having kids that are consuming plant-based foods, right? There's a business position, there's an economic position, there's a social position, and everybody has different hats on. And with that, I would like to give it back to you.
Thank you, Gerard. Appreciate your comments. We'll move now to Ryan Carruth, who's also joining us online here. So Ryan, welcome.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Want to start out thanking everybody for accommodating my travel schedule here and allowing me to present remotely. I'm Ryan Carruth from Superbrewed Foods. We have a facility in Little Falls. We are developing for an alternative protein ingredient. We're a healthy nutrition company that adopts biotechnology to produce ingredients, most specifically a superbrewed cultured protein. We utilize anaerobic fermentation, unlike some of the other alternatives out there that are aerobic, to produce a novel single cell protein. One of the things that has been covered on the panel so far is we live in the Midwest and in the United States in general. We are carbohydrate rich, but protein deficient. We feel like we bring a good solution to the existing problem. Our model is to integrate with existing facilities in the Midwest. That's why we chose the Little Falls facility to integrate with the ethanol facility. Not only will we produce protein, but as we've talked about, the cost and the carbon intensity of products, it's carbon in and carbon out. So first of all, we have protein. And then we also have a butyrate product in animal feeds. We'll be a corn processor to produce some traditional type products like distiller's grain, distiller's corn oil, grain distiller's dry yeast, integrating into the ethanol facility to sell into the animal feed market as well. Our cultured protein, our initial offering is going to be a B2B and B2C for human food ingredients, and the butyrate postbiotics will be initially in animal feed as well. There is a huge opportunity in the marketplace as consumers are becoming more interested in sustainable protein. It's very apparent, my background working in the renewables for the majority of my career, we have seen a shift in consumer preference to more sustainable products in general. I think we have a fairly decent solution to offer the marketplace. As you can see, some of the products that we've produced, or we produce alternatives to the market. We're not here to replace anything. We're definitely an animal-friendly company, egg processing ourselves, so we're an alternate solution. We're kind of here to supplement the supply chain for consumers. alternate dairy products, protein ingredients, helping other providers on the B2B aspect of ingredients to help improve their carbon footprint in their products as well. There's some images of what we've incorporated our products into. One thing that some of the alternatives have challenges with, there's taste profile, there's nutrient availability, nutrient profile. Some have some challenges with that. We have a pretty unique organism as well as a unique process that we've developed. It's fairly competitive against the marketplace and will help other people implement better options for the formulations in their products. It's also an allergen-free ingredient, animal-free if that's important to the consumer, lactose-free. So some of the other things that some of the plant-based proteins can't do for allergen or insensitive customer base, we can help bring that to the market for other companies. So from the carbon in, carbon out aspect, it fits fairly well into a sustainable model due to, number one, the technology, and two, the great job that our team has done in developing the co-location and utilization of wastewater and spent grains into the ethanol facility and reworking, helping bring our intensity down against some of the other processes. The dry weight of the protein itself is 85%, so that really helps that sustainability aspect as well as the other utilization of the carbon inputs, the corn feedstock, corn feed out, as well as the butyrates in the model. We'll be able, one of our products for the company would be dairy alternatives for some of the formulation options. We should have some on the market here in 2020, late 2022 or early 2023. Like I said, we're here to supplement the protein market in many different ways, and hopefully we can develop some good relations in the Minnesota and Midwest market when we come back online. So one of the important things about that is the butyrate. So we produce 1 unit of protein and then 4 units of butyrate. We're also looking at helping other producers be more economical. So that butyrate product can be used as a gut health promoter. It's a postbiotic for animals and help reduce antibiotics, increase feed utilization, and just overall help the chain improve sustainability of protein production. We'll also be having some postbiotics in the human market currently under development. Thank you.
Your comments and remarks on this, appreciate it. I think what I'll do in the interest of time, because the big red numbers are in my face too here, is I'm sure some of you have questions as you listen to this. You may have specific interest in areas. So I'll welcome questions from the floor right off the bat. And if not, I do have a question.
Anyone have a burning question to get us started? If not, we'll, Nan, anything online? Okay. If someone listening online wants to ask a question, it's in the Q&A portal on your screen. And Aaron?
A quick question for Truterra on measuring the carbon. How, it seems like that's maybe a bit of a challenge. How is that being done and how is that advanced in the field?
Really, really great question. So it depends on which solutions we're talking about. If it's soil-based, we do that through soil testing. If it's other solutions, so right now with our expansion into livestock, we're looking at manure management in particular, outside of the digester space. So everything that's kind of adjacent to that, how you store your manure, if you're separating solids and liquids, things like that. Right now, there has been a lot of research done through universities and other third parties that is widely accepted through NRCS and USDA. A lot of that data is being used to model versus being able to get in and directly measure how much carbon's in our manure. But for the soil side of the equation, it's a combination of soil testing and modeling based on what we know and what we're learning through that process. So it really depends on the intervention that we're talking about.
Just a second, we'll bring you a microphone. Thank you.
So just curious, Corey, where are you getting the data for that model?
So, thank you. Depending again on the intervention, typically, so for the soil work, we've partnered with a university that has outside partners that have done a lot of the research as well. So we have a university partnership as well as the soil testing data that we combine. On the dairy side of the equation, it looks very similar. There's a lot of other organizations and universities that have done the work in California, going so far as to putting cows in chambers to measure their methane emissions. So depending on the intervention that we're looking at, we have partnerships aligned to help us to get that data.
And so you mentioned manure, carbon in manure, but how about the carbon in soil? Because to my knowledge, I understand there really is not a reliable, consistent, repeatable test for carbon in soil. So isn't that where we should start?
We're looking at not just carbon in soil, but biomass and other attributes of the soil that have been modeled to equate to a carbon equivalent. So it's not direct, let's go take a soil test. We're pulling out a carbon, like a water pH stick. Put a water pH stick in and it comes out with carbon. We don't do that. So it's a multitude of factors. Biomass, soil type that you're working in. Sandy soils have a very different carbon outcome than the soils here in the upper Midwest where we have that dark rich soil. So it's a cumulative effect of multiple efforts.
Final question, Dr. Burr, maybe you have one for the panelists, or?
I'll defer to the audience, but I do have one here that I think is a little bit away from this topic of sustainability, which is a key part of this, but as we go into entrepreneurship and developing new products, and this is, I think, to the folks online too, Gerard and Ryan, I'm curious, there's always going to be regulatory structures, a little bit that comes to carbon, of course, but when I think of the marketing labeling issues that go on with these, there's simple labels that people want to have with their foods. What's the ingredient? Meat's kind of a simple label. Some other things. So what's your perspective? What needs to happen regulatorily? I know there's questions about labeling some, I'll call them biorefined products, cultured products as meat. That comes across with plants as well as others. So what's your sense of the regulatory structures? What needs to happen to facilitate or manage that process? Curious what you're seeing there. Well, regulation.
In regards to meat, animal protein, there's the nutrition side of it, which, right now the nutritional panel that's required is pretty light on micronutrients and minerals and whatnot. So I think the real breakthrough that's going to happen for regenerative agriculture and grazed animals, quite frankly, pastured animals, is going to be measuring the nutrient density of that product and labeling it as such, which probably won't be regulated to begin with, but can be added into the nutritional panel. That is where I think, it feels good to do something about carbon. It feels good to do something about water, but when you can actually look at the label and see the micronutrients and the increase in nutritional value of what you're purchasing, it's easier to put a value on that package. So I don't know much about regulatory. I'm a market guy. And
so, nutrition labels are regulatory.
Yeah. And we have them.
I'm curious, Gerard and Ryan, you're sort of in an area that's probably a little bit more open to what's coming there, or maybe coming.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of regulatory. Currently, we're our Mirotitan butyrate product is grass certified, self-grass certified. Currently working on grass certification for the protein product as well, the single cell protein. That should be done here by Q2 2022. So there is a lot of work on novel products that are not in the current food chain as well. And then on the plant design, you have your air permitting, your water considerations, wastewater treatment considerations, and so on. That usually goes with the food processing plant. So there's a lot of regulatory to adopt new technology. And I appreciate everybody that helps out with that across the industry as well. It's a lot of work. I do have a question. The question was asked, what organism do we use for our products? We use a Clostridium species for our process.
Watching the clock, and it's clocking up now because we're past our time.
Oh, that's what that means.
Yeah.
Do you see the red?
Or they're giving us more time to carry this on because it is a fascinating conversation. I would love to have it for another month. I mean, different people have different considerations there, but really do appreciate all of our panelists. I think what we saw here, as I said, is this is a very novel and growing and developing sector of agriculture and food. It's critical to consumers' nutrition. It's critical to our environment, the sustainability aspects. I'm sure there'll be more to follow there. And thank you all for joining us. Thank you for coming online and doing this. I really appreciate it. Of course, our panelists here, thank you as well. So with that, we'll close this off. And thank you all for participating.
Well, thank you. And thanks to the panelists. Yes, very interesting conversation. We're moving to the portion that is just before lunch. And if you're a foodie, you don't want to leave early because we've got great boxed lunches for you today. So the next question on the agenda is what's happening in the Minnesota food and ag ecosystem? Well, we have panelists who are ready to talk about that with firsthand knowledge. Leading the conversation will be Jen Wagner-Lahr. Jen is the Senior Director of Commercialization at the Agricultural Utilization Research Institute. She oversees projects in partnership with AURI staff, commodity groups, state and federal agencies, and other collaborators and stakeholders. They fulfill the AURI mission and advance the development of value-added agricultural products within Minnesota. And she has a panelist, the panelists are ready to go too. So Jen, welcome to the podium and bring your panelists with you.
Okay, well, everyone gets settled here. And I see we've got people coming back in the room from the other session, so welcome. So it's my pleasure to moderate this session on our Minnesota food and ag ecosystem. If you were to ask any of our AURI staff that are here or working back in our labs or in their home offices, what they enjoy most about working for AURI, you would hear responses like, working with entrepreneurs and innovators is energizing. And the work that we do often involves products that are different from one day to the next. And even some of the products that are very similar are not exactly the same. So there's just a lot of excitement around the different products and innovations that we get to work with. Other staff might tell you that it's just a privilege to work on products and processes and technologies that someday you get to see on the shelf. And knowing that, you know, you had a role in getting that product to the market, no matter how small or how large that role. And others of us are farm kids, and we have the privilege of continuing to farm today. And I can speak for our board as well, you know, a lot of farm representatives on our board, and just reveling in the fact that so much is being done to innovate new uses and new markets for the products coming off of our farms. And yet there are others that would say it's just simply the innovation, whether it's iterative or disruptive or novel, it's just the joy of being able to work with innovation and seeing that on a day-to-day basis. But I think one area where maybe we would all agree
is that we like to work as a team. And I'm not just talking about the AURI team, which is a great team. It's being a part of the big team, Team Minnesota, Team Food and Ag, whatever you want to call it. It's the pleasure of working for that large tent of organizations that are doing tremendous work to make our ecosystem better, to make it more innovative, to make it more resilient, more responsive, more inclusive, more sustainable. And today's session is all about celebrating groups that are doing that work every day, bringing passion to the table, bringing creative and unique programming, creating new things, new entities, new facilities, and really giving them an opportunity to tell you about their organizations, the work that they're doing, and really whatever they want you to know when you walk out of here today. So as you can see, this is a very large panel, and I don't want it to get too unwieldy. So what I'm going to suggest is that each of our panelists will follow the order of the slides, get up, spend some time giving a background of what you do, talk about your organization, relay whatever information you want to give to our audience today, and then we'll just transition to the next person. So we're minimizing that time and transition. And then if there's time for Q&A at the end, we'll proceed with that. So at this point, I'd like to welcome Jan Joanitas.
Thank you, Jen. That what you said about teams really resonates with me, because everything I'm going to talk about is always done in collaboration with others. So it's great to be here. I'm Jan Joanitas. I am one of the co-founders and the executive director of Renewing the Countryside. And we really got started in this work about 20 years ago. And what led to this work was I was inspired visiting social entrepreneurs across Minnesota, a lot of in the food and farm space. And what I was so inspired that worked with some other folks to put together this book, which is called Renewing the Countryside, which is a collection of stories of these innovators. And the reason we did the book was not just to hold them up, but also to inspire others. And so over the years, that kind of led to the formation of the organization. And early on, we were collecting stories from across the country. And all of these were people who were people in businesses and communities that were bringing together economic, social, and environmental benefits and finding ways to combine those. So as we continued to work in that area, we discovered that there was more that needed to be done. One of the things was helping people get over hurdles who were trying to do these innovative things. And the other was trying to kind of amplify and replicate those things in other places. So I am quickly going to go through a few examples of the things that we're working on, again, in partnership with lots of others. And is this how I advance? Oh, I think so, maybe. So one of the things we do is the Feast Local Food Network. This was inspired, started by the Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation when they were realizing there was a lot happening in their region. And so they brought together a bunch of folks to see if there was an opportunity to build the local food economy in that part of the state, Southeast and South Central. We ended up forming the Feast Local Food Network along with them and other partners. And one of the things that has come out of that, there are many in this room or some in this room that are involved in that network, all doing different sorts of things. But collectively, one of the things we do is this Feast Local Foods trade show, where we bring together food and value-added farm entrepreneurs who are looking to sell to wholesale markets. And then we recruit the buyers and we bring buyers down. And we just had this actually last week in Cannon Falls with buyers from grocery stores and co-ops and distributors and schools and specialty food stores. So it's really kind of opening those markets to these businesses that are looking to get into those markets. Another example is the farmers market hubs. The hurdle here was Sarah George, who was managing the Wabasha Farmers Market, had the local school system, the food director from there and from the local hospital coming to her market with their petty change to buy things to put on their salad bars and things like that. Basically, what they didn't couldn't do was the farmers weren't large enough to be able to supply their needs individually. And there was also a lot of paperwork in order to set up a couple dozen farmers with these situations in the schools or in the hospital. And so the efficiency wasn't there. So Sarah thought, you know, what if the farmers market itself ended up being the aggregator, and we were kind of the place that got the food from the farmers and then worked with the buyers. And so working with Renewing the Countryside, the Minnesota Institute for Sustainable Agriculture, the Minnesota Farmers Market Association, and our colleagues at the Department of Ag and the Department of Health, we came up with this model that is now licensed and meets food safety things, where it's really a non-bricks and mortar food hub that operates, it was at 4 different farmers markets or communities throughout Minnesota. And right now we are expanding to have it operating at 9 different markets across the state. I know we've talked a lot about capital and investing here. During the conference, one of the things that we too were seeing was farmers and food makers often couldn't access the capital that they needed to grow their businesses. And this, as we did some research, we were finding out that it wasn't necessarily that the money wasn't there. In fact, a lot of times the money was there. It was just the connections of getting that money to the right entrepreneurs and getting it there in a way that they could find it and manage it was the challenge. So inspired by an organization that works nationally that's called Slow Money, we launched a Slow Money Minnesota network, which we've been able to link accredited investors with enterprises that have needed investment. We've have a investment club that has grown out of that. And then we also held a campaign where we had people actually donate and raise $100,000 that is now housed at the Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation as a revolving loan fund, particularly for smaller farmers, small diversified farmers that want to grow their businesses. And then the final thing I'm going to mention is farmland access. Now, this may seem a little far afield of new uses, but that's what I love about this conference, is really looking at the ecosystem. And if we want to have a more diversified farm and food system, we really need to be able to have more farmers on the land and more diverse farmers on the land. So this was an issue that a number of organizations were hearing from farmers that they were working with. So we ended up forming a farmland access hub, and key to that hub, there's about 30 organizations that are involved, organizations, agencies, others across Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Key to that hub are the farmland access navigators. We just had a retreat down in Hammond, Minnesota, and this is on the screen. You'll see most of the navigators. A couple couldn't make it. And these folks really work hand in hand with beginning farmers to help them get ready to access land, and then to help them get secure access, whether it's actually purchasing land or getting leases that are better leases, longer leases. In conjunction with that, we've also just today we have a farmer who was wanting to exit from farming, Lynn Reek at Singing Hills Farm. We've been working with her and with American Farmland Trust, and we're piloting a new model in Minnesota. It's not new on the coast, but it's a buy, protect, sell model. So American Farmland Trust is purchasing the farm from Lynn so she can go on to retire and do the next chapter of her life. We're raising funds to put an agricultural easement on that land so that it will stay in farming. And then hopefully in May, the farm is going to be purchased by the Lohr family, which is a Hmong family who's lived in Minnesota for 20 years, has farmed, but has been leasing land, and often on not very secure leases where they ended up getting, you know, the farmer would decide that, or the owner would decide they were going to sell the land and give them a couple weeks notice to move. So it's an exciting a new chapter, and so that's one of the other things we do. So thank you so much for your time, and I will pass it on to the next person.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here with you today. My name is Amanda Heyman. I'm a founding partner at Lunar Startups, and I also have a background in the farm and food space, so it's nice to be here with my farm and food friends. So Lunar Startups, we are a nonprofit organization, and our big mission is to create an unshakable, holistic system of support for our founders. And our founders are early stage, high potential. They are in tech, which includes ag tech and food tech, in CPG, and in healthcare, and they are led by founders who identify as Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQ+, women, and non-binary. And our other big goal that we're excited to be working toward is to create 1 billion with a B in economic impact in our region by 2025. And we're already well on our way there. We hired an independent third-party firm to analyze the economic impact created by our founders to date. And it's over $300 million so far. So we're excited to be working toward that goal. Let's see if I get there here. Really got to put it up here. All right. So this slide is a representation of our founders. We have 45 alumni to date, and we will be welcoming 15 new companies here. We're actually announcing our cohort 5 next week, which is really exciting. And these founders are the ones who have created that $300 million in economic impact. As many of you know, if you are an entrepreneur yourself or you have worked with entrepreneurs, it can be a lonely road. So we really strive to create a community that can, support each other, both celebrating our wins and also being there for each other when hard times strike, which is inevitable. Okay, so the crown jewel of Lunar Startups is our accelerator program, and I will just give you some of the details about it. We are an accelerator where we're free to apply. It's a 6-month experience, and it's a virtual experience right now. We're adding back in some in-person as it's safe to do so. It runs from March through September, and we take that first month to really do a deep dive onboarding process with our founders. We'll be taking on, like I said, 15 for-profit companies. We do not work with nonprofit companies. And importantly, we're working with founders who are thinking really big about scale. So we're looking for founders who are thinking national, who are thinking global. Like I mentioned before, the verticals we work in are tech, CPG, and healthcare. And the other thing about us, we are not an idea stage accelerator. If you have friends who are idea stage entrepreneurs, or you are yourself, Minnesota Cup, the application is open right now, and I highly recommend it. I'm a graduate of that program myself, but we're looking for traction, and traction can look different, depending on the company. Obviously, our companies are in different verticals, but usually it's a product in the market. It's something that's been tested in beta, investment dollars, something like that, to show that there really is interest in what we're doing. This was really set up for tall people, I think, here. So we also finally are looking for a cohesive group of founders where nobody is too far ahead or too far behind, and that the group can really work together and form strong bonds with each other. Okay, so what do we do during the accelerator? Like I said, it's a 6-month program. We provide educational workshops, which are kind of the foundation level. And then we also provide one-on-one coaching, which is a really big deal for our founders. So every founder has a dedicated coach. That's myself, I'm one of the coaches, and we have 2 other coaches in the program. We have also been lucky to partner with Fox Rothschild, a law firm in town, and they provide up to 4 hours of pro bono support per founder per month while you're in the program, which is a huge deal for the founders at Lunar. Like I said, we try to create those strong bonds, not just between the Lunar team and our founders, but amongst the founders. And many of our founders have gone on to collaborate in different ways. We also focus on building our social capital. So we have an expert network of over 100 experts in 15 different business areas. And we do curated connections and one-on-one support. At our accelerator, we don't take equity, we don't guarantee investment. We do estimate we provide between 50K to 75K of value to each founder in the program, and there is a $100 per month program cost. So like I said, we are going to be onboarding and announcing our cohort 5 next week, but we really recommend that if you know somebody, or if you are somebody who's interested, get on our newsletter, because we'll be announcing different opportunities throughout the year to participate, as well as when cohort 6 applications will open. And one final thing here about the program itself is we If you know anything about startup accelerators, oftentimes you're required to be there for 3 months, 24/7. You can't have caregiving responsibilities. You can't have a job or any way to pay your mortgage, for example. And that's not us. So we definitely allow that as well. And finally, one big thing that really separates Lunar in our view from other accelerators is our tailored support. So I mentioned that one-on-one coaching. We do a deep dive business assessment against 32 benchmarks when you arrive into the program, and we help you identify the gaps in your company, and then we help you create a plan to fill them. We have a digital platform that provides additional support, and then our wonderful expert network. So with that, I'll leave you, and if you'd like to go to lunarstartups.apply, you can learn more information. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Connie Rutledge. I'm with Finnovation Lab, and FinLab exists to support social entrepreneurs. We were founded in 2018 by Jackie Berglund, who is also the founder of Finnegan's Brewery, which is one of the longest running social enterprises in Minnesota, where they dedicate their profits to fighting hunger in the communities where the beer is purchased. So our mission at FinLab is to equip, inspire, and connect innovative, mission-driven entrepreneurs. So most importantly, I think, is our philosophy that it's not just a matter of doing good, right? It's that there's a real opportunity for innovation in looking at the social and environmental challenges that we face and developing entrepreneurial approaches to fixing those problems. So we really think that there's an opportunity to support companies and entrepreneurs that want to do good for the planet, for communities, for workers, and provide a return for investors. So we do that in a couple of ways. So we have about 10,000 square feet on the edge of downtown Minneapolis in the Elliott Park neighborhood, where we offer co-working and offices, as well as a variety of events and kind of short workshops that happen in that space. So for example, this summer, I expect to put on a series on sustainability in startups, looking at issues around the circular economy, supply chain, some of the things that I'm sure have been talked about at this conference as well. And then we have 2 long form programs. The flagship is the Finnovation Fellowship Program, which the application for this program actually opens next Friday, which is April 1st. The fellowship is a 9-month program. It's billed for early stage social entrepreneurs, and it is a way to refine your business concept and develop additional leadership skills and build a strong impact model. So we work across a variety of industries or markets. We look at everything from healthcare, criminal justice. We've had some food products in that program as well. And it's 9 months of curriculum, mentorship, one-on-one coaching, and it provides a $50,000 living stipend. So the goal of the program is to give founders an opportunity to really develop strategy and dedicate time to launching and growing their business. And then our other longer form program is called Impact SKU. This is a collaborative effort with SKU out of Austin, Texas, which is a CPG specific accelerator. So they've been at it for about 10 years. Our goal was to launch Impact SKU in 2020. So you can imagine how that worked out. We've done a couple of small cohorts, and our goal is to do an application this fall and run the cohort again in 2023. And so this accelerator is for purpose-driven CPG brands. So it's really 12-week long, it's intensive, it's for companies that have market traction. So we look for companies that have some significant revenue, have a product in the market, and are really in a good position to grow the company quickly. And we can tap into the national network of mentors that SKU has curated, and the 12 weeks is designed to refine your supply chain and manufacturing and position you for capital investment. So that is us in a nutshell. Make sure I haven't forgotten anything. I feel like that was super quick. One way to keep in touch with us and keep on track of what events and things we are offering is to follow us either on social media. You can email me if you have any questions or sign up for our newsletter on our website, and we try to keep everything up to date there. Thanks a lot.
Well, I don't have slides, and I feel like I should have since I'm probably one of the taller ones and would have been able to read them easily. I'm Allison Hahn, Executive Director of Grow North. Grow North is a nonprofit initiative held at the U of M, at the Carlson School, at the Holmes Center of Entrepreneurship. So a 3-level inception down of where we live. Lucky to be there, a lot of wonderful partnerships at the U, and also our sister organization, Minnesota Cup, which Amanda mentioned as well, is also held there, and their applications are open. So if you have companies that would be a good fit for that, I highly encourage you to let them apply. So Grow North is really focused on the food, ag, bev vertical of the Minnesota Cup. That's how it started. And we're really here to support and help those entrepreneurs on their journey. So I'm in a very lucky position where I get to work with a lot of the people on this stage and help amplify the work that they're doing, connect entrepreneurs with their programs, and make sure they get the help they need at the right time. At Grow North, the way we do that, aside from that kind of convening and sharing resources, we do have online resources available for folks to peruse. We do have a lot of networking events that we do around town, and we just had the Minnesota Mingle at Expo West. I know some people in the audience were there for that, so it was very exciting to see them there. We also do some educational programming, other networking events, and then our big marquee event is actually the Food Ag Ideas Week, which happens in the fall. And so we're excited to hopefully be returning to a full in-person event similar to this one, and that really is a major convening moment for the entire food and ag ecosystem. So it is speakers and sessions similar to this, their experiences that go along with it. And it's just a really great way to have a lot of those natural collisions of people meeting and having those happen where, especially during the pandemic, those haven't been able to happen as often. So we're very excited for that and hope to see many, if not all of you at that moment. A few other things that we do have membership for individuals in the community. So if you're thinking, hey, how do I get involved? I'm an expert in packaging, or I'm an expert in this. We do have membership, and it's $75 for the year, so very affordable. We want to make sure it's accessible to all folks in the ecosystem. And when you become a member, we do have monthly mingles, so it's a way to get some networking and get embedded into the community. We have a founders forum where we take experts and do essentially an hour and a half of pro bono consulting with them, where they can get answers to questions that they have at the moment. You get discounts on other things. You also get access to the Kinetic platform, which is, I know Launchman's a part of it, Betamin is a part of it. And basically it's a great AI platform where you put in what you're interested in, who you are, what vertical you're in, and their platform will actually connect you with other people. And it's a double opt-in. So it'll say, hey, you've been matched with this person. And then it's a way for you to actually go meet with them, set up a meeting, and create some more of those connections a little more organically, where you don't have to be in a room wondering, how do I network with someone if you're more on the introvert side? So that is included as a Grow North membership. Two other things, we do also run in partnership with Shannon Schlecht from AURI, the Bold Growth Program for MBOLD. And I'm not going to talk about that in depth because Joanne Birkenkamp will be coming from MBOLD at the end of this to share a little bit more about that, but excited to open up applications for our second cohort for that. And it is a way to provide tailored support for really growth-based companies that are above the 5 million threshold. So a lot of the work we do on the stage is for earlier stage companies. That's a way to really connect them with resources that they need at that stage. So excited for that. So I'll leave that for her. And then finally, another thing that we do is a quarterly investor meeting. So a number of the folks in this room attend that already. It's an invite only. We take people who are actively investing in the food and ag space. They're from the Syngentas of the world down to individuals or smaller funds. And that quarterly meeting is a great way for folks in that space to network, share trends that they're seeing in the market, and do it in a very low stakes way where they're not getting hit up for money by entrepreneurs. So it is investors only. And so it's a really nice way to get a little more networking in that. They were all in person prior to COVID. They've been virtual since, but I'm excited that in Q2, we'll be returning to in person as part of the ReFed conference happening here in May. So I know Sue Marshall from Net Zero was here yesterday. I don't see her in the room today, but we're working with them in their investor group. So if you are an investor and we have not connected yet, please do reach out to me. I would love to make sure you get involved in that because it is a really wonderful way for not only everyone there to get that network, but also for myself when entrepreneurs come to me and say, hey, I'm about to start a funding round. If I have my little black book of knowing who does what their thesis is, what their check sizes are, and who they're looking for, I'm able to really expedite that information to those entrepreneurs. So it's a really wonderful way to keep that process going. And on that, I would say capital access is a huge issue for all verticals, but especially for ag tech and CPG, consumer packaged goods, because it is so capital intensive. And then mid-stage manufacturing is another area that we're focusing on to support entrepreneurs. The AURI and the MDA did a fabulous study on manufacturing, and I love to steal this quote and share it. And that is, if Minnesota invested 5% in manufacturing, it would yield $11 billion in GDP and the creation of 160,000 jobs. And the huge gap we have for our food and ag entrepreneurs is they start making products at home, go to a commercial kitchen, they try to graduate, and when they try to find a co-manufacturer that can make it for them, they're not at a size that can meet that. They say, you don't meet our minimum order quantities. Thank you so much, but nice to know you. And so figuring out ways to provide that mid-stage manufacturing, whether it's something like the Upper Harvest Terminal project that's being worked on, other facilities. I know Neon is looking to build one for themselves as well to serve their entrepreneurs in their community. It's a huge issue. So if you currently are involved in either capital access or on manufacturing and wanting to connect people on that, please do reach out to me. Follow us on social media and feel free to email me. I love to meet with everyone. Helps my mental map. I often tell all the entrepreneurs and everyone I meet, treat me as your personal Rolodex, because I'm here to serve you and make sure you get connected to the right people at the right time. All right, turn on the next one.
Thank you, Allison, for mentioning manufacturing. So I'm here to tell you about a new organization called BioMade. BioMade is the youngest of 16 manufacturing innovation institutes, or MIIs. These are stood up by the federal government when they want to inject focus and funding into different manufacturing sectors. So every MII focuses on a different area of manufacturing. BioMade is located in St. Paul, but it has a nationwide focus. And BioMade's focus is on bioindustrial manufacturing. So we have two important dimensions for our technical focus. The first is bioindustrial manufacturing, which includes bioplastics, polymers, monomers, commodity chemicals, biofuels, all that sourced from biology. We have assembled a put together a technology roadmap with input from our member organizations that identifies key areas of innovation that are needed to really lift the whole field up. Some of the focus areas are listed on this slide. I'll mention that we include solving technical problems like scale up downstream processing, coming up with new technologies to separate bioproducts from fermentation broths, for example, but also included in our technology roadmap are innovations that would solve some of the business risks involved in bringing a new bioproduct to market. The second dimension in our mission space has to do with manufacturing readiness level. The manufacturing readiness level is a scale that was developed by the federal government to gauge the maturity of a new manufacturing process. And what we know, kind of the status quo, is that there's plenty of federal funding available for early MRL stages. These are MRLs 1 through 3, really when you're doing research and development to get to a proof of concept. If you're lucky enough to make it all the way to manufacturing readiness level 8, that process has been sufficiently de-risked that you can go and apply for a $100 million loan to build your first commercial scale production facility. But there's a lack of funding and focus on the mid-level MRLs, 4 through 7, and that's within BioMade's mission space, to take those exciting proof of concepts and fund projects that will bring them to commercial readiness. We are a member organization. We have over 100 members currently from most states in the country. Many members were represented in this forum. We're always looking to grow our membership. We're a membership organization that's only going to be as strong as our membership. So if you have any questions about the cost benefits of joining BioMade, participating in BioMade funded projects, please feel free to reach out to me, or you can follow us again on social media or reach out via email. So I'll turn the floor over to Kayla.
My phone, not because I'm trying to text, but I have some notes in here. So I know I look young, like I'm almost my phone, but notice some grays here. Hi, everybody. I'm Kayla Yane Best, and I am here as founder of two complementary organizations, Seasoned Specialty Foods and the Market Entry Fund. They're complementary because I think they have different functions with this very, very similar missions. Seasoned is the for-profit, if you will, that works specifically on the retail side. So what Seasoned does is it takes products from local micro food manufacturers and gets them to consumer shelves and different consumer channels. We actually do the work for them. I think that was why Seasoned was founded, was because there's a lot of support services and we all need that, from the business planning, connections, the networking, and really learning how to do the work. But at the end of the day, you want a partner that actually takes your product to market and start building that revenue. And I founded Seasoned because I was a micro manufacturing food. I was making Asian meal kits and bone broth, and it was very, very difficult to go to market for a lot of reasons that I won't go into today, and I'm not wearing that hat today, but I share that to say it's built from that experience of 3 years there before Seasoned was founded in 2017. And what's unique about this type of retail setup is that I call it community retail or co-retail, and it is that we are that partner that gets your product and really work with the in and outs of the retail functions and retail logistics. We sell your product for you, and then we give 100% of what we sold on the product back to the micro manufacturer. The idea was to get as much money into their hands so they can reinvest and grow faster. So that's the pure retail, the pure business side, working specifically with CPG food products. And our community there are mostly communities of color, women. I would say the stats, we've been around for about 4 years. The stats there, 90% are women. 80% of those are Minnesota made products, and 75%, so there are duplicates here. So, if you're trying to add up to 100, it doesn't. 75% of our business community, there are communities of color, and you'll find them across the different continents. Foods that you won't typically find in the mainstream, the larger grocery or the retail stores, you'll find at our stores. That's where we launch them. That's where they are with us for about 6 months to 2 years before they can build that sales record and that sort of business savviness to approach and work with the next level of retail. So we do make some connections there to other retailers, but our main role is to really get their product known and the brand exposed across different communities and beyond Minnesota. The Market Entry Fund was founded in 2019 after learning what was happening at Seasoned with some of the small micro producers and their products. They weren't able to find the wraparound services for that level of, or that the life stage at which their business was in. The businesses are less than $150,000 gross revenue a year when they come into Seasoned. So really small companies that want to grow. They have big ideas, big missions, and these foods could really benefit our community, not just in Minnesota, but across the CPG food space in the United States. I think there's a missed opportunity when we walk into our grocery stores and the foods that are classified as global or ethnic are in probably one aisle and 2-3 spots on that aisle. That's great. I mean, it's diversity of foods, but those foods typically are imported. And we have such diversity in the United States, and those producers want to get their products. So how do we be more inclusive, put more diverse foods on our grocery shelves from the people that are in this country as well? There are US made diverse foods. And I think that's a big growth and a great opportunity for retail, grocery stores, but also the industry that supports that. The Market Entry Fund came into being to provide the wraparound services for those folks that walked into Seasoned in 2017 who needed some more business coaching, specifically on micro and food manufacturing, which really was hard to find. And that is when I started working with AURI. Several of the AURI staff were part of creating that idea and going to market with it and creating a solution for the gap through the Market Entry Fund. So the Market Entry Fund is a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit, small enough, but it works on giving micro grants out to these micro businesses. They do some referrals to other organizations. Some of them are up here when it comes to business planning, connections, networks, when they're ready to go to that next phase, to really the technical assistance and planning around manufacturing. That is a very complex and very unique set of expertise that if you go to a general organization that supports entrepreneurs, they may make referrals, but it needs to go deeper, and that's what the Market Entry Fund does. As an example, I'm going to talk more about the Market Entry Fund. Okay. Hold on. Back. Oh, there we go. Now, how do I go back? Go back if you can, please. Thank you. This is one of the programs, as an example of what the Market Entry Fund does on the nonprofit side, is that this is a micro grants program that the Market Entry Fund puts about $28,000 to $30,000 a year into the budget and gives micro grants up to $5,000, $7,000 to businesses that can articulate a particular need, a breakthrough idea that will take their business where it is to the next level. That a $5,000, $7,000 can help address. So it's not for staffing, it's not for rent, it's not for all the overhead costs that a normal business would need, but it's, you've got an issue, you can identify it. A $3,000, $5,000, $7,000 can help you break through that and get you going and get you back on the road. And we last year had, these are 6 of the 8 folks that got the grant. We're about to launch this year's cycle, mid-April, I would say. The final date has not yet been decided, but it's going to be launched in April. As you can see, they're very diverse populations with particular recipes from their home or their heritage that they want to bring to our consumer shelves. 2 of these are at seasoned, the other 4 are not, but they want to be at seasoned, and we're working on that. These guys are working still at the early production stage to package the goods. They've got the recipe. They're trying to make it so that it's more longer shelf life, but also the packaging, the branding, all of that, they're still working on. They're that early. 2 of them are actually fellows at some of the organizations on up here. So the folks have gone here, they often end up at season. They often end up at the Market Entry Fund when they need that specific food tech science or that food support. We then refer them to other organizations, including AURI, some of the business bookkeeping around manufacturing. We've got one of the folks on our board at the Market Entry Fund who's a manufacturing CPA at Clifton Larson Allen, who's on there and provides free pro bono support to these 6, 7 folks. That's one example. Here's another example that I want to share if I can get my slide going. So we work for these businesses, but we also work with them to share practices that they've learned for some of the newer ones. Even though they may be 3 years old, they've learned enough for those who are a year old and or just starting their businesses. So how do we, the best practices are not written down anywhere, but the network between those who are ready to move to the next level to those who are just starting is what we have set a nice networking and platform for them to meet and see each other. This is a program that's funded by the Market Entry Fund and partners very closely with Seasoned, is to get these 5 brands to the 100K gross revenue. And they're right at the cusp, but not quite. And so their products are being curated in different sort of consumer retail channels that Seasoned gets across Minnesota and beyond Minnesota. Last year, about 3,500 units of each of these products have left Minnesota and gone to about 12 to 16 states across the US. So we're trying to get their brand beyond just the Twin Cities, beyond Minnesota to as far as we can. Last year was the first time we did this with these 5 anchor makers. I'm not going to go into detail, but you can kind of gather from them very diverse foods you've got or made from diverse communities. And as you saw early on the mission, I mean, it's about equity and inclusion. It's about folks who've been traditionally marginalized, who have an idea, who's got a brand, who wants to get to market and connect and work across the whole food supply chain, from getting ingredients from the growers from Minnesota and turning it into value added, and then going to market and working from there into a sustainable business. So that's what Season does. That's what the Market Entry Fund does. I'll leave it at that.
Great, everyone. This is Joanne Birkenkamp. I'm the Managing Director of the MBOLD Coalition, and I'm happy to tell you a little bit about what MBOLD is and what we do. So if you take a look at the next slide, often when I start talking about what MBOLD is, I talk about the who. And you can see the who for the MBOLD Coalition, including AURI and Grow North and Compeer Financial, and all of the companies you see here, as well as the University of Minnesota. So we have been created over a number of years, and it really came about by the CEOs of many of these companies and organizations coming together and saying, we need a table for collaboration. We could be more successful taking on big challenges if we did it together. And that realization led to the creation of MBOLD, which is based at the Greater Minneapolis St. Paul Economic Development Partnership. So if you take a look at the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about our mission. You can back up there. Okay, so we are focused on accelerating solutions to big challenges facing food and ag. And within that big bucket, we focus on climate and sustainability issues and questions of how the world is going to feed itself within planetary boundaries as the global population moves toward 10 billion in the year 2050. So you can see here some of the initiatives that we have, advancing soil health and water stewardship, which is really the agricultural component that we have, creating a circular economy for flexible film, catalyzing innovation and entrepreneurship, and then work in the talent space. And I just wanted to focus on two components of this today, which is in the circular economy space. We anticipate a major announcement from MBOLD in May about our work to create a circular economy for flexible films. So as you may know, that's everything from pallet wrap and tote liners to hay bale wrap and grain bags, as well as a wide variety of types of food packaging and many, many other materials. And in the United States, about 12 billion pounds of flexible film, polyethylene film, is used per year, and only 5% of that material gets recycled. So please look for that announcement from MBOLD in May. I think this is going to be a big development for our region, by which I mean the upper Midwest writ large. And we very much look forward to other organizations participating in that work as it continues to evolve in that circular economy for flexible film arena. And then secondly, I want to talk with you about our work in the entrepreneurship space. So if you take a look at the next slide. Thank you, Nan. You can see here, one of the things that MBOLD is doing in the entrepreneurship arena is a program we have called Bold Growth. And the intention with Bold Growth is to accelerate the success of high growth food and ag businesses that are based here in Minnesota through very tailored support from MBOLD members. And when we thought about, what can MBOLD do that's unique, that doesn't duplicate the really effective, amazing work of a lot of other organizations here that support entrepreneurs, what can we do that would be unique? And the thing that we really hit on is what MBOLD has is our members. So these very large companies that, smaller companies have a hard time getting attention from. So last year we piloted our initial cohort, and you can see on the left, the high growth businesses that were part of that, both on the CPG front and on the agriculture front. We piloted this program. It's co-led by AURI and Grow North. So Shannon and Allison are critical leaders of this work, and we're thrilled to have them. And the thing I wanted to tell you about today is we're going to start a new cohort this spring. So we'll be looking for 3 or 4 companies that are in that 5 million to 20 million annual revenue level. So we realized as part of the pilot that some of these bigger companies are in a best positioned really to benefit from the advice and coaching support from MBOLD members. So we're looking for food and ag businesses that are in that revenue range. We'll work with them very intensively for 12 to 18 months through very tailored coaching support from MBOLD members and our network of bigger players that's focused on projects that those cohort members have chosen that can really help them get to their next level of growth. And we're looking for companies that are aligned with our mission around climate and sustainability, and these particular program or pillars of work that I mentioned, we're also looking at Embold around expanding our engagement in protein innovation. So Shannon is very involved with that, for instance, in the U and others. And in that protein space, what we mean is making animal agriculture more sustainable and advancing plant proteins and other novel proteins. So we're particularly looking for growth phase companies that might be working in that phase as well. And we particularly encourage women and BIPOC-led businesses to apply. So here's what's next. You're going to see some announcements and around this coming out right at the end of March through our Embold newsletter, through media and whatnot. And we'll have this application period open for new cohort members from April 1st to the 30th. And then we'll have an information session virtually on April 20th at noon for folks who want to learn a little bit more about how to apply. And then we will announce the selected cohort at the end of May. So we welcome participation. We're super excited. Please keep an eye out at embold.org and our newsletter. And we welcome opportunities for other support organizations to help spread the word to try to maximize opportunities for folks to apply for this program. So please stay tuned. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
Well, thank you very much. And, you know, this conference has really been eye-opening for me. We've been working on a project that probably got a lot of its ideas from coming to this conference for many, many years. And the intersection between, you know, these new fresh ideas, these new small ideas, and the ultimate impact goals of larger corporations and larger volume product usage is really where this idea came from. And so as my slide said, I think the future is here today. We're in the midst of building the facility that you see in this slide. And in my next slide, I'm actually going to show a video of what that's going to look like on the inside. So what is the Ag Innovation Campus? The Ag Innovation Campus, we call it a campus because of the amount of land that is situated around the facility. It is not tied to the University of Minnesota, although they are welcome to play a part of it. The Ag Innovation Campus is really an incubator for projects that are really, you know, they've made their way through the benchtop process. They've already have some testing work done. They probably have worked with AURI. They probably already worked with NCI out of North Dakota, and they're at that next stage. And they're going to be processing technologies as well as new types of seeds. So there are several new different types of soybeans that are on the market, a lot of different types of oil seeds. So when we think about the environment and what is this going to be environmentally, you know, we've heard a lot of talk about cover crops. So cover crops are really going to get their day whenever they can be profitable for that farmer. Now, right now, they're underwritten by all kinds of great programs. At the end of the day, though, the net result is zero to that farm. And we need to change that. If we're going to have large adoption of cover crops, we've got to get it to where it's actually a profit model for them to want to get excited about. So where is that large volume of cover crops? Where are they going to first be tested? So a lot of them are oil seeds, right? And so what do we do with oil seeds? We can make renewable diesel out of it. We can make biodiesel out of it. We can make bioplastics out of it. But in order to do that, you have to have a large enough volume to where someone is going to want to do all of that testing. Feeding trials on the Neal, pathway studies for the EPA to accept it as a different type of crop. All of those really, really hard things, where are they going to be done at? Cargill and ADM would love to have new opportunities, but you know what? They're scaled too large. So we need a facility in agriculture that's going to take all of these great ideas that have proven themselves at benchtop and prove themselves at commercialization scale so that the larger companies can say, yes, I want that technology. I want that crop. I need you to invest more because we want a large volume so we can make a huge impact on the environment or the ag economy or Minnesota rural economies. So that's really what the Ag Innovation Campus is all about. Let's hope that this plays. So what I want to show you, well, I guess there's one more slide here. So again, the objective is to overcome the valley of death, that point in which everything gets crazy expensive and the returns are so sketchy. Am I really going to be able to make this thing turn into something or not? I have got to get enough process to make somebody feel that this is important, but it's going to take me hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. So this is real steel, real bricks and mortar facility where those testing can be done. And because the Ag Innovation Campus is set up as a not-for-profit, it makes it the only facility like this in the world. This facility will take the profits earned from the crush plant, which needs to run day in and day out in order to have a facility that can do things like the cover crops we talked about. It'll take the profits from that and it'll be able to invest into new companies that have ideas that are also at that thresh point. So let's say a small company says, I need to process 4 truckloads of some type of oil seed. And our board of directors will say, yes, this is the place for you to do it. We will crush that for you. And then not only will we crush it for you, you can set up your equipment in the facility right adjacent to the crush plant. So it doesn't matter even if it's 40 below, which it will often be in Crookston, Minnesota. They'll be able to work and be able to get that product across the hallway and be able to process that product. So it's a non-for-profit, it's a crush plant, it's a research facility, it's a research bay facility. All of the things that you need to get through that valley of death, plus it's a funding mechanism for some. Now, the great thing about this is that we hope to have a really long and a rich partnership with AURI, so that the other thing that this facility will have is top-notch labs, top-notch scientists that will help those companies that need those products tested. So let's say you do the camelina, which is one of the cover crops. Well, someone's going to have to test the quality of that oil. Someone's going to have to test the quality of that meal. And they're going to have to do it pretty often, and they're going to have to do it with someone who has the reputation of doing good work. And so we're hoping for that long partnership with AURI to make that happen. So here is what the facility is going to look like. So this little video doesn't have any audio on it, so I'll be your audio. But this is an artist rendition of what the front of the building is going to look like. You can see it's going to be very open and bright. It's going to be southward facing. And there's going to be a lot of collaborative space in the office. It'll have space for large meetings. It'll have laboratory space. It'll have places for the entrepreneurs to get together and discuss and get to know one another and think about new and varying ideas. And so we hope that it's a very open concept. As you fly over the top of the building, you'll see that there's a left and the right side. And we're dropping down into what we're calling the crush walk. The crush walk is in between the crush plant, which is being shown here, and the research labs. This crush plant is going to be set up so that it can run non-GMO, organic, or conventional all at the same time, individually, or any combination thereof. All the equipment will be segregated so that the clean out in between processing can be done quickly. This is the actual equipment that will be in the facility. So that we can do what no other plant can do, which is cost-effective, small size studies. So when I say small size, I'm talking like a semi-load of product. But if you were to go to CHS or AGP, you would need tens of trucks just to flush the system to be able to prove what your product was all about. So we're going to be able to maintain IP, identity preserved, before the product gets there, while it's in the process, and then after the product is complete. Now, also in the crush walk, on the other side of the plant will be these research bays. The research bays will be 75 by 50 foot in size, so enough square footage, with this center hallway able to bring forklifts full of products or equipment and not disrupt the operation of the crush plant. Projects will come in and leave the facility as needed in order for them to prove themselves at commercialization stage. The things can be locked off or shared depending on what that inventor wants to do. So those windows up above will be able to be closed if they are at an IP stage that they don't want to share anything, or they'll be able to be open to be shared to the world. Now, one of the important parts of that crush walk and the ability to be able to see on both the crush side as well as the invention side is our ability to influence global trade. So Crookston, Minnesota is kind of in the heart of IP soybean production and a very diverse cropping rotation, which is critical in order to prove out new things. You have to be in an environment where farmers are willing to have diverse crops. They have to have businesses that allow for segregation and specialization. And that part of the country is known for that. It's the largest food grade soybean productions placed in the United States. And that type of cash flow and understanding how to manage those products are going to be key to us introducing other types of crops and other types of technologies in the region. So because it is a very fundamental spot for international trade, we get a lot of trade groups that come through. So having a facility where trade groups can come through and see the quality of the products that are being produced here in Minnesota and in the region is vital to make sure that we've got large, dedicated, ongoing marketplaces for our ag products outside of the United States or inside as well. So consumers will be able to visit this site as well. So once you've built a facility that allows for good international trade, you also have a facility that is set up for education. So as we learned today, shortage of qualified people is also one of the biggest problems for any of the new ideas that are out here today and yesterday to be able to actually make it through that valley of death, which is being able to make sure that you've got qualified people. This facility will work with regional education centers to be able to have on-site training. They'll be able to graduate two-year degree people that actually have had hands-on experience with running processing equipment, which is vitally lacking today in really everywhere in the U.S., quite honestly. And we have a whole lot of new manufacturing facilities that are coming online that are going to be crushing soybeans. All of them need people. That's why some of the major companies are really excited about this project, because they hope that it helps stem that tide and develops more and more new employees for them. So you can see that it's a very large project. It's a very large concept. It's what we need in Minnesota. It's what agriculture needs. We've needed this for some time. And so I'm really excited to be a part of helping this project come forward. We actually broke ground last year. So where we stand today is the processing equipment has been purchased. The equipment, the building is being constructed as we speak. It's actually offsite. It's a concrete building. The processing equipment has been ordered. So we hope to be crushing soybeans at this time next year. That will be in phase one. That is the crush plant side. So it's a 240 ton a day crush plant. So that's about 9 semi loads a day. So 9 semis in, 9 semis out, and the semis out will be oil, meal, and hulls that will feed the animal livestock industry in that area. But it'll be available to go across the world. We hope to advance the process technology to be able to do humanitarian aid by producing soy flour and send all over the world. So it is a food grade facility as well. So it's very exciting. I'm happy to be one of the last speakers today. This project was announced by the Lieutenant Governor and Secretary of Ag at yesterday's session. So it's maybe apropos that that is one of the last things to hear about as well. So thank you very much, and appreciate any questions you might have.
All right, isn't this awesome? All these great things that are happening in the state, and I think we've got a lot to be proud of. So we're actually in the red on our time, but I do want to just end with a couple things. So you mentioned, Tom, yesterday some of the things that today some of the things that were mentioned yesterday, and I think Dan asked a great question of our first panel yesterday, and that question was, are you talking to one another? With some of the things that they were talking about, you know, in the future for Minnesota. And I guess I would leave you with that thought for the panelists here. Are you talking to one another? And are you seeing opportunities? I mean, some organizations have been around for decades and others are, you know, just breaking ground. So I would challenge you all to think about, you know, how we might expand those collaborative opportunities to work together. So yes, I also wanted to announce, well, not so much announce, but just mention, because it was inspirational to listen to all the new things that are happening here. AURI is relaunching our Entrepreneur in Residence program. So we know that there are shortages when it comes to specialized equipment and facilities, and we have those facilities and equipments as part of our resources. And we do want to make those available to entrepreneurs and residents. So there'll be information in our newsletter coming out this next month, and our staff would be happy to talk to you more about that. So with that, I want to thank our panelists and thank you for all that you do. We appreciate your partnership and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you panelists. And Shannon, if you want to make your way to the podium, I'll give you final word today. I just wanted to thank everybody who stayed. We're going to have a box lunch, and we encourage you. The building is still ours for an hour or so. So if you want to stay and network with a box lunch, that works for us and hopefully for you as well. Those who joined us online, we appreciate you as well. And I just wanted to thank 3 groups in the room that have helped us for the last 2 days. The Earl Brown Heritage Center AV crew who sat through all of our production today and yesterday. Also Ray, who has been our IT guy here from AURI, and then our AURI Connects coordinator, Nan, who brought everybody together, got them through the practice sessions, got them here, got them lined up, and got them on the stage. So if Aaron and Shannon have anything to add, thanks for being here at the New Uses Forum. Shannon Schlecht, I'll turn it back to you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Jeopardy. All right. So first of all, who's excited about food and egg from the discussion today, right? I think it's been an amazing 2 days of just hearing about the what innovations happening and the resources and the leadership here in the state of Minnesota and across the Midwest region. It's just, it's always just, yeah, it's exciting, right? I think is the best way to say it in terms of the opportunities and the ways that we can connect and get together to really advance some of these ideas and what we're doing. So first of all, thank you for being with us for the New Uses Forum here in 2022. It's great to be back together in person. Thank you to all of our wonderful speakers and our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause again. And thank you very much to all of our sponsors that we had here as well. Right, they're all listed on the back page. It's an amazing support group and how industry is coming together and organizations are coming together to support this networking and making sure that we're talking to one another, as Jen just mentioned, through different events and convenings, and the work that's going on through all the great work of the organizations and companies that are represented here. So thank you. Let's give the sponsors a round of applause as well. I especially want to thank Compeer Financial and Georgetown, Matt McKenna, for the partnership on really putting together the agenda, their outreach to speakers, and the outreach to right to our participants as well. They've been great partners in this for the last several years. Thank you to Compeer and Georgetown. As we look at going forward, right, for 2023, we'll be discussing the program, taking our lessons learned. You'll get a survey, right, of what you enjoyed, what you didn't enjoy, as we think about how do we shape this for going forward to make sure that we're meeting your objectives in terms of how do we really advance our ecosystem opportunities. And as Dan mentioned, thank you to the AURI staff. They did put in a lot of great work and time and hours, right, to bring this together. So let's give them a round of applause as well. And I think Jen had the best line, and it was one that I had noted as well. So Jen, thanks for pointing it out. Is right, I hope that you all built a new relationship, gained some new ideas, and I just encourage you to put those to use, right? Or just to reach out to have conversations, make sure that you're connecting with others that have the same objectives and goals of moving forward these innovation ideas, and just having that regular relationship and that collaboration and those collisions, right, that can really lead to something beneficial as we look at advancing opportunities. And there's all sorts of events that are going on in our ecosystem. I know Midwest has their Egg Innovation event coming up this summer. There's Grow North always has events going on, Launch Minnesota, right? I could just go on down the room in terms of all the work that's going on in terms of making sure that we're connected and moving these food and egg innovation ideas forward. So thank you to everyone. Thank you for being here, and let's enjoy some lunch and some more networking time.